The biggest event of them all here at Majors, serious Majors 24 hours. We are here at the Circuit de la Sarthe here in beautiful France. It's south down at the Mediterranean Sea, and it's a perfect weather here in split 3. Of course, we have 4 broadcast splits with all my colleagues guiding you through the race. I'm here, I'm Sebastian Hollmichel, and why do I pronounce it with an English accent? I don't know. Sebastian Hollmichel here for you. David Forge in the director's booth. So we are good to go. We are supported, of course, with the Sim Racing Stewards team. So we have many stewards in the 24 hours here to, yeah, give penalties and, yeah, make law and order, so to speak. We got nice temperatures here, 38% humidity, lightly cloudy, and yeah, the 7 mph wind is not so bad. Of course, it doesn't catch somebody in the Porsche corners, of course, but yeah, I'm happy to be here for you and with all the teams and drivers here at Le Mans. Can I say that? I don't know. Maybe we get sued. I will see, but it's also here in the race details. Forecasted weather, of course. And the most important thing, we have randomized safety cars driven by real drivers. So that could be very interesting for you and the drivers. And there are prizes. There are beautiful coins which are here every year at Majors. So if you want to have a 24-hour race, be here at Majors and make a June for you starting in the summer with a nice coin and a perfect race here at the 24 hours of Majors 24 2026. We are good to go. The jets are flying over. The tricolor is in the sky. And yeah, the LMH is approaching the final corner, and we are good here for 24 hours of racing. The safety car is off, and all is in the hands of the leader, and there they go. What a sound, what a sight. This is Le Mans, this is iRacing, this is the Majors 24 hours. And apparently everyone is quite tame here in the beginning. We made a single line start. Also, the LMP2s are now underway, but the cars at the front are also pretty good in approach of Petre Rouge already. So 3 classes, of course, as it should be, with the GT3 starting now, and the leader has a big gap. Oh, of course, he's called Sebastian like me, as Kandari from Team Max Boost is in the front and has several car lengths in the first chicane. That's good for him because the draft, of course, is key on the long straight here. And yeah, there will be some tactics in here with the fuel, with saving. So if you're in clean air, that's always good at the front. But also, if you are behind somebody slightly faster, you can save fuel, and that's also good for you. And of course, with the new tire model, it's a thing you should think about. For the first time down the Mulsanne straight. First chicane was also clear and clean from the pack here. And that's how it should be. The marshals are also very relaxed there on the second Mulsanne chicane, and we are approaching the Mulsanne corner, the big first braking point down at the hotels and camping grounds around there. And I hope some of you people out there watching or maybe driving are there next week for Le Mans week. And of course, we have male and female drivers, even from Australia. Mia Rose is here and races with us in P4 at the moment. Or is it car number 4? I'm confused. It's position. Okay, thank you. Okay, number 30. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Thank you. So Kiwi Sim Racing, of course, from Australia. What else could it be? Could have been smarter about that. But it's also for me. It's now 6 hours of commentary until yeah 9 in the evening for me. It's a pretty sunny afternoon here in Germany. So what else could be better than not be outside and sit here and do sim racing stuff? That's for the real people. And the first time here, the Porsche corners. Rachangel, I would pronounce them. And if the team uh, can write me a message, that would also be nice if I'm butchering anyone's name. From Belgium here. So we have a very, very international field. And yeah, we are good with 4 minutes in the 24-hour race. And of course, you have seen it, the Whiplash sim race cams we are getting provided with. So we have very nice angles here of the cars. We can see all the great liveries. And yeah, the fight is already on. It's basically a 24-hour sprint race, you could say so. But it's a long way before traffic happens with yeah, nearly 4 minutes plus minus time of lap. We again with Miss Rose here, sitting on a car in the back that's very, very much looking good for her. So there's no attack coming in. So she can focus to the front, not getting any off tracks here. That would be very, very costly if you get a slowdown. For example, in Tertre Rouge, yeah, the 1.5 seconds you get there feel more like 5 seconds. That's very, very tricky. We are back with the GT3s. And the leader, of course, extended his lead. Mr. Eskandari holding already a trophy in his profile picture. Will it be here tonight? But that's so early to predict, of course. So much is going on. His teammates have to perform. And yeah, everything has to go to plan. I'm very, very curious about waiting for the first traffics in the Porsche corners. So that could be very, very feisty because, of course, some people know each other. I see, for example, in the hypercar Sharam Esports in P13 and some other names like the Logitech team, and they know each other from several official iRacing stuff. But here, yeah, could be very, very tricky with the very mixed field of people to get a feel for how is somebody approaching an overtake or a traffic situation. And we are here in a battle for P5 with the hypercars. Fernando Sacramento from Lumen Motorsports looks. And of course, this corner here, Anash, very, very tricky, even alone, even more. With two cars, and there's a very, very close barrier to the track, which catch so many people off guard, especially in the night. But the night is far away, so we are happy to see cars and not only front light. We are here at P18 with Zach Herbert from Echelon Simsport GTP. So maybe they have also a GT3 team in here, could be possible. We got an off track, I talked about it. Oh, through the gravel! But with the new tire model, it is catchable even in the LMP2s. Especially the LMP2 traffic will be heavy with the GT3s. So yeah, there. If you have trust issues in your life, that's not the place to be. If you're going too wide into some of the chicanes. Luca Thingsgaard from Denmark, Neon Knights Racing. That sounds pretty cool. Gives me some 80s Synthi vibe. Synthi wave vibes, I wanted to say. Yeah. And of course, in the GT3s, we got here Zenit Esports, Raul Pellicero, P2 against P3. Behind them, also a big snake of cars going into the Porsche corners. And here you have to modulate your accelerator to not hit the walls, to not get your rear tires too hot. And especially here for the Corvette corner, not be too wide on the outside. That's maximizing it here. So the off-track was pretty close for the AMG. And the final chicane, always riding the curbs as much as you can, the first curb, and be on the accelerator at best before the second one. But it's all about straight line speed, of course. That's what we love at Le Mans. Oh, big netcode here. That's the issue with the international field. The Spaniard here, Fernando Sacramento, into the barriers. We have more crashes, which you have to take into account. He's standing there, doing it good, checking the relative, and now he's good to get his car in the right direction. Ryan Merriam from simracers.com, black. So maybe some more colorful teams in here, even if black isn't a color. But yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Some uses colors, some teams uses other stuff or funny names. So yeah, it's always also about the fun, but it's serious business in the stewards room. That's what I know, and maybe we later get some of the stewards here. But of course not in the opening stage, because everything has to settle, and I guess many reports will already pile in their booth to be processed by the steward team, which I did also for the last 3 years. Many hours spent there with the guys. So it's a big team, and yeah, they always need some help. So maybe next year you can be either racing or be in the stewards booth or be here with me and talk about the race. That would also be nice. So sim racing is inclusive. Sim racing is for everyone, and everyone gets here a chance at majors to compete or to be helpful, and maybe explore some talents like in the commentary booth. Edward Hope in P5, Team Loose X Spurwing. So you see some teams get together for the big event, for the main event here at the 24 Hours of Le Mans in the Majors 24. But there's still a yellow flag on him. Maybe a little bit of a slowdown. But it looks fine. 1.1 gap. Maybe he tries to get rid of that in the braking zone for the first chicane. But we will see that later. Oh, close fight. Mr. Schimmer, Luis Gustavo Schirmer. At least his flag is Brazilian. Against Owen Newman. Oh, there are 3 cars. Ben Georgiev is also there with them. And you can see it's a little bit of a sprint for everyone in their stints. So yeah, there is battling going on even in the opening stages. We are just 12 minutes in and going with the approach of being either predictable in the fights here, oh, very close, or be consistent and yeah, be easy on your car. Björn Klaassen's shortly in the picture, and we're back with Owen Newman from the United States. Right in the middle. and behind Luis Gustavo Schirmer. So Owen in the middle has the task to be like a chameleon. One eye in the mirror, one eye up front for the next corner, because you never know if somebody would attack. Because if you go now easy on the car in front, maybe the car behind thinks, yeah, thank you, I take that position. But it doesn't look like it. Braking late, closing the gap, and also from the draft, the car behind is closing in. Anash going pretty wide there, but not hitting the cones. Cones are treacherous enemies here on the track. We have always to look out to not, maybe catch them under your car. It is possible to that happens. Or you do a Mario Kart thingy and shoot the cone into the direction of the car behind. That would be better for you, but it's sometimes some weird stuff is going on with the cones. But I wouldn't wonder if, especially here, the cones at Mulsanne corner are washed away by the cars lap by lap. And some poor marshal has to, go out there and put them back on. Erwin Woodstra is here from the Netherlands. D-Max Simtech powered by HVR. And as you can see, we now had a driver from the Netherlands. We have Italians. We have British drivers like Edward Hope. We had him before in the picture, but he's pretty close to number 10 car in P5. Maybe up to another position. No, he's in P6 now because Istvan Deschi from Italy is now in P5. Very, very nice livery also. Looks very racy from Spin and Toe Motorsports. So hopefully that name is not an omen. Here we are in the LMP2s with Merat Kafiye from Australia, Inter Racing Team Black. Going through the Porsche corners. Oh, we are back with the LMH's hypercars, I think. So some stuff is going on here. So sometimes I mix them up because, yeah, it is sometimes that way. I don't know. Maybe it's a brain issue. Maybe I should see a neurologist. I stop with that. I spare that word. In German it would work. So where we GT3s, Giuseppe Ruggiero from Italy, of course. Instinct Racing 922 is the name and is the number of the car. Looks also very, very nice with the silver hood and the finish on the sides. And of course, iRacing gives you more opportunities these days with the livery and what is shiny, what is matte, what is popping in the colors. And maybe some people even enjoying the Ferris wheel here. When they see the cars go by through the last chicane. P1, 2, and 3 very close. Behind P4, we got the big train down to P8, 9. Oh, P10 lost the place, I see. And somebody in the gravel. That's always not so good to start a new lap, especially not in the big qualifying. We had a big pre-qualifying week where everyone had to set times from the teams to determine which split you drive, which competition you have, and of course the stewards are looking for people who are sandbagging. So that's always a case which happens. Sometimes it's not so often anymore because people know they are checking it, but yeah. We are here with Nicolas Cinquini, SRP Racing by SDK, and it's very, very close with the AMG on the outside. I mean, it's not for top position, but you can see top class racing all over the field. Back with Mr. Schirmer. Capivara Racing. What was a capybara? Was it a horse? I think. I don't Google it now. Oh no 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 no! It was that little nice animal from the jungle. I now I know again. I got it again. So that was what I meant with some people get some, yeah, very mascotty names in there, and that is one of them. And maybe it gives you a good feeling as a team to have fun at an event if you're not, racing with a whatever name or even racing for a brand you have to represent here. So we have a mix in the field of, yeah, very, very professional drivers and, of course, very, very fast drivers who see this as a hobby. So that's always a thing here at the majors, especially in the first 4, 5, 6 splits. There's a big mix of different approaches to sim racing. But that's what is also fun about it, because if you remember, people like Max Verstappen also drive on iRacing. And it happens occasionally that you meet them when there is an Nürburgring race, and yeah, you get overtaken as a father of 3 or whatever, doing your little laps around, and then a professional driver overtakes you. That's pretty awesome what sim racing brings together these days and in the last couple of years. So yeah, just something coming up in my mind. So we are going into a quick break. See you later. Hope you enjoy, and yeah, please use the chat if it is available, and check out the messages coming up. we are back here after having some little technical difficulties, but we are back with Split 3 with Le Mans, the 24 hours here at the Major Series. So if you're interested for next year, already get your calendars out and check the homepage, but you have more opportunities to race in this year, especially in the MEC, for example, and there are many other great events. So go onto the homepage, check out the Discord, and be part of Major Series in very different events and oval races and also road races. So that's your place to be. Also like Edward Hope here, going down the road for another lap. We are basically half an hour into the 24 hours, and we had some off tracks, we had some spinners, we had some net codes already with the international field we are having here. And there's Gonçalo Narciso from Renova Competition GP Gold from Portugal. So the World Cup in football is up in the next couple of weeks, and this also could be more international here at Le Mans. P15 number 6 car, so very much work to do, and we got the number 69 car. Nice. In P1 he's driving here, Magic Arrow Norbert Tamash. Through the chicane he goes. Very nice. Shiny colors. Will them help in the night? P1 6.8 second gap, and that brings me to something, because there is somebody waiting in the booth, which I try to cool down here. There he is. Scott Ranking, here you are. Welcome to the Split 3 broadcast booth. Hello.
Pleasure to jump in, and pleasure to offer some assistance, and nice little spicy race to start things off. GTP's already through the GT3s, and the LMP2's not too far away for the first time through the traffic. It's great to be here, 24 hours at Le Mans. I love this event.
Yeah, it is absolutely great. I talked about it, and a shame we did miss a little bit of the first traffic, because it's always the most exciting. I talked about it. Do you know everyone around you here? I think you're in the second place right now.
Yeah, correct. Logitech G, Orbit Drop Bear, Mercury car, 3 cars running this year. I think we've got one of our GTPs actually up in Split 1, and then we've got an LMP2 as well as this car as well. But just out here enjoying things, and representing the Australian sim racing group as well. We've got actually quite a number of Australian sim racing teams in Split 3 as well. So.
Yeah, also like the Kiwi Sim Racing team in LMP2s, of course. We saw them already. We have Brazilians here, Italian, Danish people. All the world is coming together here at Le Mans.
Yep, nice hot track as well for the start of the race. I don't know if you noticed, but the track's already fallen about 5 degrees, so that pace is really starting to come into it. I think GTP times have already fallen down by about 2.5 seconds already, so good pace to start off the race at the front of the field. Actually quite a few movers and shakers in the field as well.
Yeah, are you happy you're not in Split 4 with the 80% rain forecast?
Absolutely. Are you kidding me? No, 24 hours of that? No, thank you very much.
But yeah, I wonder how it is looking down there. I think Mike Brown is down there streaming. We have a good team of people streaming the first 4 splits. But of course, we're doing it for 6 hours, then we make a night break, and then we come back. But no break for you guys out on the track.
Yeah, we're actually quite lucky in the Logitech Orbit Drop Bear Mercury car. We've actually got a Scotsman and a German working along with 2 Australian guys, so it's currently 20 to midnight here in Australia. I was just actually messaging the team leading in GT3s, which is that Max Boost car, They're all Australian guys, so they've got to go right through the night. But yeah,
Mm.
basically once I'm done here with you, I'll head off to bed. 10 hours worth of sleep, feel great. Jump in the car at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Oh, I hear. I don't know it personally. I can say that my ego is not so big, but the leader of the GTPs, is that correct?
GT3s,
The
GT3s.
GT3, sorry, is only 13 years old. So not only all the nations coming together, even in one team, which helps over the night, of course, if you adjust your racing schedule that way. But also all the age groups come together here in sim racing, and personally, that's what I love. I do much stuff for the Skippy because the Skippy is the best car in the iRacing service. We always say, and that's also the case. You have so many different iRatings. You have beginners, you have pros, you have 10K drivers, you have all ages. You have also like all genders there, so we are all coming together for everyone in sim racing. I said that with I think one sentence in the beginning, but it is that case because there's also no limitation by, yeah, let's say, yeah, okay, you have to buy a computer and some gear, but yeah, if you want it as a hobby, I think you can spend more on other places.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is it value for dollar? I mean, the other side of that conversation is in terms of things. Well, how much do you spend on a go kart? How much do you spend on a Formula Ford? How much do you spend on a Skip
Right.
Barber to actually get in racing? And there's a little bit more backstory on Sebastian Eskandari as well. He's one of Australia's youngest go-karters, but he's also starting to push up into the open wheelers and Formula Fords as well. He's been competing in Formula Ford in New Zealand, basically at the national championship, and already winning races there at the age of 13. So like you said, quite young. But I think the big thing for everyone up and down the field is it doesn't matter why we're out here at this point in time. We're all here because we love car racing at the end of the day, whether that's Skip Barbers, whether it's NASCAR, whether it's GT3s, whether it's V8 supercars, Porsche Cup, the big love of racing the world over. And like you said, age groups, nationalities, there ain't nothing like Majors 24-hour.
We got some replays. Oh no, it is Edward Hope, Ed Arnage. There's a word that rhymes on that in German, which is not so good for broadcasting. Oh no, what a spin. But now he has to wait again for the traffic, but it looks pretty good for him to get going fast again. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, but we were with Mr. Eskandari. Oh, we got another one. Oh no, the pit entries. I saw that already. The LMP2's also in the pits, and we got more trouble in the pit lane. Some black flags, even some meatballs. Oh, and we are just 40 minutes in. Is it your car? No, it isn't.
No, it's not. It's the 57 and 46 GTPs have both got meatballs at the moment. There's a black flag for the 5th place LMP2 as well. Oh, yeah, that's a wild pit lane entry.
Oh no! Yeah, he takes it carefully in the front, and that's I would say it is his right to do so. Even too wide coming in there in the back, but yeah, crashing in the pit entry always bad. And another replay of a crash, I hear. OPR X Gamma Flare Sim Racing. And he just stops. Oh no, technical malfunction here. Or did he forget to stop for fuel? We don't know, but yeah, very bad for the team, of course, in the first minutes. Oh, some blinkers also on the track. Yeah, but that we also have talked about. Netcode is an issue, of course, with the international field. Do you adjust or, let's say, talk to the guys in the car? Yeah, leave a little bit more space.
I mean, that's definitely one of the bigger things you certainly have to account for, particularly a GTP's quite a fragile car. Damage in any of the corners, is really, really important. So normally at the high level sort of racing, particularly for us being specifically on German servers, for Australians, a lot of the Australians and New Zealand guys are going to be 300 to 400 pings. So it's a bigger issue here than it is to racing on American servers, for sure. So it's just something you talk about, something you stick in the back of your mind. But for anyone that's racing on the other side of the globe, like we are, netcode's a generic part of day-to-day life where we're expecting to be netcode. So you're generally racing to leave a little bit more space unless we're
Yeah.
racing on the Australian service. It's just a natural part of life. We're used to it at this point.
Thank you to you got that together so tightly, because that's the thing I ask you, because yeah, maybe some guys new to iRacing or to sim racing in general say, yeah, that it can't happen a crash when it doesn't look like it, but you have to take the netcode into account and driving against somebody from all around the globe. Yeah, take the netcode always into account when you make a move, I would say.
Yeah, and you got to remember at the end of the day, this is a topic I actually really like talking about. I've talked about a number of times as well. Is we to be perfectly honest, the solution that we've got's not all that bad when you consider all of the other alternatives that are out there. And prediction coding comes with a couple of little faults, a couple of little gremlins, a couple of little issues. But no solution's perfect, and it's certainly a lot better than the alternative. So I'll take it any day of the week.
Yeah, and at least we can go racing like Luca here in P4. Close to the back of the car in front, and that's always with the dirty air a little bit of trouble. And Mia Rose in the pits, another fellow Kiwi driver, and I saw that livery just I think last week at Watkins Glen here in the MEC in Majors. Do you do more series here at Majors?
A lot of teams that obviously don't enter the major series themselves obviously treat this series with a lot more respect and all that it's sort of worth. So yeah, look, I mean that's part and parcel of it, is treating the major series with a little bit more respect, and but also showing up and putting the effort in for the 24 hours. I mean, no one wants to be that team that packs up and go home at the end of lap one. No one wants to be that team that impacts another car's race, on lap one. So look, it's tricky. This race and what it challenges and brings out in all the teams is difficult. So yeah, look, tricky question. There's no good way.
Yeah.
Obviously, the end of it's going to come down to a 2-hour sprint race, or depends when that final safety car is as well. We've got at least 2 safety cars to come, potentially up to 4. So we race to that as well.
Yeah, and we always know cautions breeding cautions. So we have seen so much stuff here also in the stewarding room, like people plowing through the field when the safety car is coming out, because yeah, maybe at 4 in the morning stuff happens sometimes. But yeah, it is what it is. And the safety car is a great part. The forecasted weather is a great part. And of course, that you have live stewarding. And maybe some penalties will come in. I did not see some in the broadcast already, but I would assume from the context we have seen in the pit entry, could be possible that somebody gets a penalty there.
I'm just looking at our car as well, and for some reason we've randomly lost a minute. So I have a sneaking suspicion it might have been a speeding at pit lane on our first stop as well on the GTP car. So we've already seen quite a number of those stack ups coming into pit lane. Although my timing looks like it might be wrong at the moment. I think you guys are actually right. Maybe we are second. But then again, that's something else that happens in these races as well. Sometimes it's just gremlins that sneak into timing.
And also with the you made a driver change, I see. Mark Hilly is now in. And yeah, sometimes the timing in iRacing updates when you go around for one more lap, especially at the long tracks like Nürburgring, Le Mans, and also the long version of Virginia. Sometimes the timing is off there. But yeah, iRacing with the new dev block really showed that they want to improve things in the next month, in the next update. So yeah, also looking forward to it, because it gives you more admin controls. It gives you maybe even the 3-class safety car start. That would have been a great thing here for the majors. Maybe then for next year, if you have 3 safety cars going with every field of cars into the race. So
It'd be interesting
a little
to
bit more
see.
realism.
Yeah, how they implement that, because at the moment it just sounded like it was just for the class start. So whether or not it'll be a class start
Hmm.
procedure, obviously, I think the plan long term, and certainly the way that they've talked about it long term, is that we'll be progressing in the direction of full course yellows. You know, the Nordschleife, and potentially here, well, there'll be code 60s. You know, what the solution is. Obviously, the competition's got to be maintained and the level of competition's got to be maintained. So that will be prioritized first and foremost. You know, next week being week 13, we've got the opportunity to test particularly the class starts. You know, coming up in effectively, 2 days' time? So that'll be a good opportunity to test all of that out. But also the Spark system. At the end of the day, a lot of people complain about the way that iRacing is at the moment. Well, realistically, the engine and everything that we're running on has been running since 2008 in open release, and the beta build
Mm.
started before that. So it's 2006. This game effectively started being built in engine, and realistically, for how it looks in this day and age, it's not too bad.
Yeah, it is more than okay. Let's say it that way. I mean, there are some weird stuff going on, but if I see some of these streamers on Twitch, YouTube, wherever, there are so many who shut off some of the surroundings to have better performance. So yeah, I mean it is always very CPU heavy to say the least, but yeah. Oh, big off track there into the gravel for the man from Portugal, Mr. Ivan Machado, Vesta Sport Academy. So yeah, but also like you said, Sebastian here, you said he's also real world carter, getting into the open wheel stuff in the real life, and that's also one thing, like real life drivers coming together with hobby drivers, or maybe a dad who, you know, like bringing their kids to bed, then getting fast into the rig to take the car for their next stint. So, but that's always like the thing I love about this stuff. I wouldn't say
We
sport, but about sim racing.
Well, actually, there's a group of guys that actually do a lot of endurance racing over the last couple of years before the step up to the Logitech Orbit Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports car. A group by the name of Aussie Wide Racing. They'll be up and down a whole bunch of different splits. And for Spa 24 Hour last year, a whole bunch of them flew over to. So there was, I think, 3 of them that were living in Perth in Western Australia at the time, and another 2 who flew over, and they actually did the 24 hours of Spa last year out of the one sim racing center, and they said they'd never do it again. Oh, that's a major moment.
What was that? Mr. Deshi? Oh no! But he did not impact the wall, so that is good. So the car here, sponsored by Grid and Go, is back on track.
Well, that was Spin. Where was the toe? Spin and Toe Motorsports. So, but yeah, no.
Later, I talked about that name. It is a little bit foreshadowing, but not in a good way.
But yeah, look, I mean, we're all out here, like we said, relevant. But yeah, to a whole bunch of guys flying over to Perth to go and race out of one sim racing center, and they said they all slept on couches, and a group of smelly guys eating pizza and turning the barbecue on, and
like it's 1996. So now you know how old I am.
I still remember, actually, we were talking with a few friends on Discord yesterday leading into it, and I was playing a few soundboards, and they went, "What's that? I've never heard that sound before." And it was the priest from Age of Empires 1. And they're so young, they have never played the original Age of Empires. So yeah.
Yeah, you feel old sometimes. I always feel that way when I hear that the film Matrix is from 1997. Then I'm just like, what? that feels hard.
Oh no, it is too. But it's like the second sequel, the second series of Star Wars. What was that? The third one came out in 2003, I think it was. No,
yeah, Revenge of the Sith. Yeah.
Yeah, so
feels weird. Also, a lot of the rings and whatever when we are here with the Aussie or maybe New Zealand crew.
Yeah. Well, I mean, well, you'll get to see that, potentially chat to a few of the New Zealand guys in that Kiwi sim racing car. But about that, there's definitely a lot of tourism to New Zealand these days. Did you know they have a marathon styled on Lord of the Rings? Where you
Oh,
literally
really?
run a marathon in the same area the film was filmed. I believe it starts in the Shire. I think we're
Okay.
around that
Yeah.
way. So.
Yeah, maybe if the money rolls in here from the commentary here at Majors, maybe I can make that flight someday. But we will see. Yeah, it could be very, very great location, of course, for fans. But yeah, the best way to spend your money would be, of course, to be next week at Le Mans in the real life. But I think it's sold out. Maybe even next year's already sold out. I don't know. So yeah, it's a great event. But you also can see that all these events, like I was marshal now at the Nürburgring 24-hour race, big crowd. In Bade was a big crowd for the WEC. So you can see also like a resurgence of interest in racing, I would say, apart from F1, of course.
Well, I mean, it's that change in the effect. I think it's been a little bit difficult. We haven't necessarily had the major selling characters in international endurance racing, and enter Max Verstappen and the effect that there is no driving anywhere whereby he's not going to draw a crowd. So all of a sudden, if he shows up at a local Formula Ford event, well, that's going to be the most popular Formula Ford event in the world that week. But it'd be really, really interesting. I think one of the most interesting things they really need to do is trying to get him across into a NASCAR. Could you imagine Watkins Glen, 2027, and Max Verstappen lining up alongside Shane Van Gisbergen, alongside Denny Hamlin, alongside all of Chase Elliott, all the big drivers over there? That would be one hell of an event.
Yeah, right. That's true. But here we are, 2026. And we are here in the LMP2s. And Miss Rose again, still in the lead, but just half of a second after, yeah, close to 1 hour now in this 24-hour race. So how does it feel for the pressure? And if you look into the mirror, that's the question I would ask her.
Mia's raced at a high level across a number of sims. She competed in 2024, was in the Assetto Corsa Competizione Australian qualifiers for the Olympics racing. I forget. I think it was run under the FIA back in 2024, but the qualifiers for that were down in Melbourne, where she's actually from Melbourne. So she competed in that for Assetto Corsa, but she's been in and around iRacing. She's driven a lot of different sims over a long period of time, as well, and competed at a high level across the sims. So this is the first time I've actually seen her racing an LMP2. I've seen her racing a lot of GT3 hardware, and dipping her toes into other stuff. I believe she also partakes in a little bit of Porsche Cup racing when and where she can, but she's doing a phenomenal job. There's actually been a change for the class lead in GT3s. That's a change of position there, but I think they haven't actually come up on their first pit stop either yet, so they'll be due to make that first stop.
That's the point I wanted to make. The GT3 cars stopped. Many of them, and there's much going on the area of the pit exit, like this replay, the spin on the cold tires after the pit stop. Yeah, he wanted to follow the car in front, but William here from Empire Racing Vanilla, yummy, from Austria, making the way back onto the track, but without endangering any of the traffic coming in. You can see that here. LMP2s, yeah, all three classes coming at you after the spin. Yeah, that's a little bit scary, of course. And now we have on the straights, yeah, a big mix of cars going down the road in the direction of the second Mulsanne chicane. So yeah, traffic is crucial.
And traffic management's crucial, as well as where you place the cars on the straight, and the differences as well. GT3's a little bit higher off the ground. They can sit in that crown of the road. They want to get as low down to the ground as they possibly can do, and the best way to do that is to sit the crown of the road underneath the center of the car. Well, the LMP2s and the GTPs, they're just a fraction lower, and they actually bottom out if you drive down the center of the road. So you don't want to do that, particularly once you get the higher speeds. More aggressive bottoming out with with more downforce as well. I just took a quick look at that 25 car. William Carler was the driver, unfortunately, behind the wheel. I wanted to double check whether or not that was a first stint for a driver. No, he's just come in, put fresh tyres on and gone back out. So he'll double stint the start of the race. So a little bit of a mistake for that car on cold tyres, but they've stayed in. I'm actually not seeing many driver swaps up and down the field either. So everyone's pretty much pushing on with the driver that started the race. Oh, there's a battle for... There's a battle for the lead in GT3 again. They're still, even on the cold tyres, still going at each other.
Yeah, should be warming up right now. And it seems they switched positions already. P2 in the front. And a driver from Japan pushing him here a little bit. You can do a little bit of bump drafting here. The Acura against the AMG into the Porsche corners. But beware the traffic and the dirty air, where they are. There they are. So this worked.
That was a little bit of a pucker moment for me there, holding my breath, because that was actually my car going through them at the same time. So, and it was critical because the race leader and the GTPs had just gone through. So again, managing and manipulating traffic and just trying to be aggressive through it, because you have to, at this level of racing, if you're not aggressive through the traffic, you're not racing realistically. So there is a manner of aggression. It was something that they talked about at length during the 24 hours of Nürburgring as well. Was the literal aggression of Verstappen was probably one of the big keys to his ability to cut his way through the field.
So Mr. Kostek from Fury Simsport Red having some problems here, going on the inside curb, spinning his car, and that's a very bad position to be stationary.
Good patience, really good patience.
Yeah.
Found reverse, sat there, waited. Everyone manipulated that moment well.
Oh, and then the next one. Yeah, but that's not of an issue here. I mean, the issue is not the unsafe rejoins up to this point. So we have seen very, very much discipline and getting the pulse down after a spin. And not being like, I just press on the gas because I'm, a little bit stressed, you know. So you see that maybe also more down the lower splits, but I know everyone tries their best, but sometimes, it is like it is a stressful situation if you're sitting there, of course. And also,
it was a really good reaction
in the traffic. Yeah.
Well, Daniel Casera was that GTP. That's third place in the outright, and GTP's cutting through race-leading GT3s there. But you just saw him; he was expecting them both to maybe hug a little bit. Really good reactions and gave himself a lot of room. So, biggest benefit of the Circuit de la Sarthe is obviously down here. The road you've got the road width, but you've also got a little bit of usable surface beyond that. So. Used that really, really nicely. You know, just carried that car a little bit wider, took the opportunity, but it was really, really quick handiwork from the cockpit as well.
Yeah, but you need that, and also some maybe don't expect that the GT3 stay in the middle. I mean, everyone here knows it, but there could also be somebody like thinking like, hey, what are they doing there? And even if you come out of the chicane with 3 or 4 cars, who's going where? On the inside, on the outside? Yeah, you know. And then the netcode comes into play when you pull out very close to a GT3 with the speed difference.
Yeah, and aggressive wheel movements obviously just make it even worse as well. Keeping half an eye on, there's a couple cars in the GTP field that have fallen off the lead laps. The car 01, Cadillac, and that's Lumen Motorsports Lux. They're currently 1 lap down to the GTP field. They're actually behind all of the LMP2s at this point in time. So race start's not necessarily gone their way. The other one that is 2 laps down in the GTP field is the car 57, which is the Capivara Racing Team GTP. It looks like they might have had some server entry issues or something along those lines. Hopefully they've managed to get that one sorted out and they're all good to go for the rest of the race, but they're 2 laps down at the moment. A bit of work to do, but smart strategy, reasonable race pace. That's not a death sentence with safety cars in the offering this year.
Yeah, right. You should never forget, safety car also means that you can get a lap back. So stay in there. I mean, you paid for it with your team. and yeah, just going into the pits and stop after 1 hour just because we had a spin or maybe a crash in the pit entry. Yeah, that's not the spirit of the Majors 24.
No, it's not. And the big thing and part of the preparation for this race is once you qualify for those top 6 splits with a safety car, that's an extra element you've got to go through. I know one of the at the end of qualifying, it was the last sort of procedural check, was we were all going through and going over our strategy notes as well for what triggers a pit stop under safety car, what doesn't trigger a pit stop under safety car. Pit lane will remain open, at least the pit lane entry will remain open at all times under a safety car, but it's the blue cone that you have to line up a pit lane exit. You can't pass that pit lane exit blue cone until you're given the freedom to do so. Well, that line is all the way down basically at turn 1. It's not right where pit lane exit is, where you actually can release the pit lane speed limit, so you can roll out a pit lane. So again, little things, if you're not focused on them, and again, 24 hours, a little bit of fatigue, these little procedural breaches can sneak in a series like this as well. So a little extra challenge, and it's a very unique safety car process as well that is very much majors and not really used anywhere else. And that's anywhere you go racing the world over. You get involved in any racing with a safety car in it, there'll be slight little things that are different the world over. So, that mimics that element of it and adds a little bit extra something.
Yeah, right. I mean, with the safety car comes a little bit of a gamble, and yeah, some are lucky, some are not. But that, yeah, what happened when it happened. But yeah, let's see. Ben Georgiev from Shera Esports here in the picture. So the German team, which have their real-life garage right at the Nürburgring. Of course, yeah, some fame to them for the real-life racing, but also for the sim racing. So always good to see the Shera Esport team in such a big event.
Yeah, I think these two guys are going to stay basically locked together. They can't really get away from each other in GT3, so this is going to turn into a very, very long battle and going at it.
Yeah, in the end, they have a 3.5 second gap to P3, so if they start fighting, I think they will close down fast.
We've got a safety car.
A safety car. Ooh la la! After 1 hour. And as you said, the pit entry remains open.
I think you'll see, so GTPs are about 3/4 of the way through a pit cycle here. So you'll probably see every car on the GTP field pit. And the reason for that is it's just a free pit stop at this point in time. The race leader's going to lose that 4-second margin he has. The second place car is going to lose that 14-second margin that they sort of have. So you're allowed to pick off cars of a different class, but you cannot overtake cars in your own class unless they're majorly impacted. If a car from your class ends up in the fence, or they're going slowly or off the racing surface, you can pick them off. Yeah, if the yellow car.
Okay. Because I just wondered, because I saw in my, I'm also in the session, I saw cars overtaking, and that wondered me.
Yeah, so you're allowed to, so GTPs can overtake LMP2s and GT3s, LMP2s can overtake the GT3s. That's it, those are the only overtakes you can make.
Yeah. But I also see it now in the race control chat, but it was different back in the day. But of course, that caused that there was much to do for the stewards to get cars out of the way from the race director perspective when they lined up behind the safety car.
It's going to be really, really cold tires on this restart as well, which will be critical.
Yes, 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 yes. '57 now the leader.
I think that's a mistake, and race control will correct that.
But 57 isn't listening. Oh no, crash on the safety car or what? Or is that the cause of the safety car?
No, that won't be the cause of the safety car. That'll be under safety car, and that'll be looked at and penalized really strongly.
Oh. Oh yeah, that's Now car 57. Yeah. Yeah, they are wrong. They think 57 is leader, but they aren't. Uh-oh. Ah, Scott, you are writing there. Okay, I see that right now. Chris, what are you doing? So,
So
as you can see, it's much work for the race director to get that all out of the way. He's also alone working here.
okay, so this is a clarification. Okay, so this is slight differences, and the reason that they're grabbing car 57 here is at the time that car 69 went through into the pit lane, they were the race leader. They've still come out, they still have the race lead, but they wanted to just grab the queue at that point in time, and now they're just going to release everybody afterwards. So what will actually happen is, even though race control have made the effective decision that car 57 is the race leader at this point in time, so they're actually not. They've gone from 2 laps down to 1 lap down, so they'll get a lap back here. When we go to the wave by procedure, which will just happen here in a short period of time. So what will happen is car 57 will release very shortly. Car 69 will become the queue leader again. When 57 gets released, they can race back around, grab their lap back, grab a pit stop. They're actually not the race leader at this point in time.
Yeah, okay.
But race control have made that decision to grab this car. That's fine.
Yeah.
And that's why you've got to listen to the instructions in the sim.
Yes. That's why he said de facto race leader, so yeah. All good, all good. Okay, we have a safety car and we go into a break to come back later. We are back here with Sebastian and Scott in the booth here at the Majors in Split 3. Yeah, what a race it was for 1 hour, but now we are on the safety car, and yeah, car 57 is free to go to get 1 lap back, so we talked about it. It's good for him to be 1 lap free.
Yeah, I just taking a quick look. Car 52 under the safety car has a meatball flag. That's actually just happened because they've come out after a pit stop on cold tires in the first Mulsanne chicane and gone straight on. So there was no other car that made contact with them. That was just an unforced error. That was a mistake of their own. So there's going to be a few, also noting a few driver swaps up and down the field as well. Some teams electing to do driver swaps at this point in time. But there is a very, very damaged LMP2 about halfway through the queue. And they're 4th spot in class as well.
Yeah, that's the point. There he is, the 52. Oh no. Yeah, that's very broken. Yeah, what can you say? That's huge drama and yeah, tears in the garage, of course. And as you said, it's P4. You can see it here in the tower. There's the little meatball flag next to him. But yeah, the repair will take ages.
It's also critical as well. One of the you see the massive front end damage to this car. So at this point in time, one of the GTPs has gotten their lap back. So I think we've got 2 GTPs at 1 lap down at this point in time. And then every other car is on the lead lap in their class. The other thing to consider is that was, like we said, towards the back end of a pit stop cycle for GTPs. Every single GTP in the field has come in. I think all of the LMP2s were very close to that sort of similar timing, so they've all come in for a pit stop. And but yeah, that 52 car on this restart, they're about to do class splits. They're going to be a real issue.
Another task for the 57 car. He has to go around the other classes to be back where he belongs in the GTP class. So better be careful now catching the slower cars going behind the safety car. But I think he's doing a good job here, and also the others staying out of his way.
Well, it's also worthwhile. So there's just some debate going on in the sim. So you're hearing what we're hearing up here as well at this point in time. So there'll be no wave buys. So effectively, the only way to get a lap back is to be ahead of your class leader post the pit cycle. That's the only way you can get it back. There's no free wave buys. There's no lucky dog rule or anything like that whereby anyone will just get a free lap buy. The only thing you can do is earn it back with a little bit of strategy when a safety car comes.
Yeah. There's the P4 number 52 car still crippling there. But at least, yeah, he can make it back to the pits, but what is it worth in the end?
Well, the good news is with where we're at on this lap, and I'm also seeing 6th place Porsche and GT3's got a lot of damage to the left rear corner of that car, so they'll probably come in for a lot of damage repair at this point in time. That one's not got a meatball flag, but if you have a look at the left rear corner, that tire's not straight.
Yeah. Max Wissel from Germany, Aero Esport. Also very racy livery. Oh, whoa. Yeah, that's tricky behind a safety car. If you pick up some speed and then not. It's like on a German Autobahn, you know?
For the slow corners as well, it's tricky because the pacing speed is 60 kilometers an hour, which is pit lane speed limit. But you know, we're potentially on the right hand side of the road going to be doing 40, or you know, so GTPs have come to the front of the field. You'll see the LMP2s move to the front of the field next, and they'll slot in between. And once that's done, we'll go back to green flag racing, which will be in the next lap.
It's quite complicated here, of course, for the race director, for Chris, and also all the drivers. Very stressful because, yeah, it gets your head thinking, you know.
Also, this is tough to restart from a driving perspective. For a couple things from a driving perspective, you're now cold. you've been pacing around for. We'll get a lap timer here, but the last time by the GTPs did like a 3:34 or 3:30 because they all came into the pit lane. So this time by, we'll get another lap, 11 minutes. So effectively an 8-minute longer lap. Everyone's really cooled off. And the other thing is the tires have really cooled off as well.
That's true. LMP2's getting into the pits. Also the GT3 leader, Aero Esports now. That was the damaged car in P6. Of course, he's now the leader because the pit entry was a little bit faster than the normal track surface. Barney is watching us as the iRacing god, or his his man sent to the sim racing grounds here. It will take a while
process as well. Yeah, because we'll be like this for another 11 minutes. But this is a tricky process. There's a lot of guys out there. I know a lot of the Australian series is we run manual safety cars and similar. And you know, there's some series. There's obviously anyone that runs NASCAR, the automated yellow system, IndyCar, the automated yellow system. All of those work. People are used to that. But they're not used to this manual sort of process and procedure. So again, it's something, if you've never done it before, it's very, very unique. There's nothing else like it. So it is, and this is the unique factor. See this, where these guys have pulled up? This is pit lane exit. So there's the green cone where you can actually get off the pit lane speed limiter. The pit lane exit cone is actually this blue one that's all the way down here. You'll see it in just a moment. That's the blue cone right there, is actually where they want pit lane exit to be pulled up. So where those guys actually pull up is a little bit earlier. But that's one of the things you've got to be ready for. If people don't 100% haven't read the rule book, they're not 100% processed on it, they don't actually know that that's where the pit lane exit cone is. You know, this is little things that you've got to go reading through the regulations to be aware of.
Yeah. And that's also when people get a penalty. They are very, very angry because it's just a misunderstanding.
So the reason that they're talking about passing back through again is because there's two LMP2s that did actually pit. We talked about the LMP2 and the GTPs. Sorry, the LMP2s and the GT3s that pit, and the reason that they pit was for damage. So they pit after the class split had already started. So they're just double checking the procedure at the moment. I think they're actually technically supposed to start at the back because they pit after the class split had begun.
Yeah. That's right, but it's like in the last MEC race, people asked stuff which confused us in the stewarding booth. But if you're unlucky by pitting and you are back in the row, that's on you.
Yeah, and they had damage, and remember that 52 car went in the barriers of its own accord. So effectively, they've used their fast repair, but they're still back in the race. So their punishment is that they're going to be going back to the last, effectively, in the queue.
Yeah.
And it's a little bit different, and you're hearing that debate as well. Is because Chris Swalich is the race controller you're actually hearing there. That was his voice that was giving all the instructions. And you also heard him say quite critically, this process and procedure is slightly different to the Majors Endurance Championship. It's very specific for the Nürburgring, the Le Mans 24 Hours event that we actually run here. So that's why there's a few issues and a few mistakes with that one. So again, Chris Swalich just double checking, and he was double checking and verifying his procedures to make sure he got everything right. He has got everything right. They're happy with those cars. Okay, so my apologies. I thought you might have had Chris Swalich's voice, but anyway, what you would see is that Race Control were micing up and having a chat.
Yeah, at least you can see many chatting is going on from drivers and Chris.
And now they're talking about resetting the position. So you'll see a couple of GT3s will cast to LMP2s that overtook some cars they shouldn't have. Again, they caught that process. They got everything ready to go. coming into the Porsche curves, everyone will slow up now and go back to that 80 kilometers an hour, and we'll go green at the end of this lap. A lot of stuff to sort of get through.
Yeah. And you don't want to make mistakes here as a race director, of course. So you better double check, or maybe triple.
Okay, we're gonna go.
Okay,
we're gonna
one
go
more
an
lap.
extra lap. Yeah. So there was just and again, there was something not quite right there, and so race control's gone ahead and gone the decision. All right, we haven't got things quite right. There's a couple little things that are wrong here. Let's pause and go again. So, I mean, it's the first safety car of the night. I guarantee you would be the first one in any split at, what, was about an hour in? Just over an hour in? And we'll grab some tyre temperature. So one of the big things here, we're not going green this time. We're going to go green next lap. And what will happen is we'll get an opportunity to, again, we'll run around about 80% speed. And the reason to do that is if we pace for 20 minutes, like we've just done, the tyres are down about 30 degrees Celsius. Well, the tyres, when they come out of the blankets and go on the car, whereby you do have tyre blankets, you don't have tyre blankets, they're normally in that 45-50 degrees Celsius sort of range on the surface of the tyre. But then cooking, their pressures are up a little bit. They're actually a lot colder when you go back to green flag racing after you've been pacing for such a long period of time. So we come up to 80%, and the reason we're coming up to 80% is the tyres aren't there. They're not ready for 100% race pace. It's an opportunity for everyone to get some tyre temperature and pressure in.
Yeah, that makes totally sense to up the pace and be more safe. But we have seen that in the last years, and I can remember a race MEC with the new GTP tire model, Daytona it was, and it was just car spinning in the first 3 corners in the horseshoe because of the cold tires, and nobody knew how hard it would be.
Well, this is something we do quite a lot. Again, this is common knowledge for Australian series because we run a very, very similar process to this. A little bit tweaked, a couple of different. So anyone who's actually done Australian stuff, this is something we're actually quite used to and quite aware of happening regularly. And I think there's actually just been a pit lane exit breach for car 17. So I think that one's a drive-through penalty because it was quite clearly outlined in the safety car procedures. So penalties for safety car infraction, you just run through them. I'll read directly from the rulebook. Passing another car of the same class under safety car. So same class, GTP on GTP, that's a drive-through penalty. Again, they've got to be harsh on these. And the reason they've got to be harsh on these is because we've got a policy, we've got a procedure, you've got to read through it, got to be confident in it. Passing several cars will be stop and hold for 30 seconds. Taking a wave-by without direction from race control. If you were eligible for a wave-by, that's a stop and hold for 30 seconds. If you weren't eligible, stop and hold for a lap. Again, that's to try. If you took a wave by and you weren't eligible for one, they want to put you back the lap that you've gained. So that's quite a good penalty. That probably needs to be a little bit more stringent. They might tinker with that one. Any contact whatsoever once the safety car has been called is a minimum of a drive-through. And this is the next one that was very, very important. I just saw a GTP do this. Was passing through the blue cone when the pit lane exit is closed. Drive-through. And race control never reopened the pit lane exit there. So I think that'll be pretty... It should be a slam dunk penalty for a drive-through on that one. And the other one that's critical when we go back racing here, passing before the start line on a restart, drive-through. So make sure you wait for that start line.
That's true. I mean, we are now having more people in here to make the process of the safety car. But in the end, it always comes down to if the incident is reported, of course. I mean, stuff like the cones, pit entry, exit are double-checked mostly, but of course it can slip through. But in the end, we also don't want to people to weaponize the protest system. So that maybe, I don't know, P4 is seeing the opportunity to gain a place and then just report him for the reason to get a position, but of course it needs to be fair. And yeah, the rules are the rules in the end, especially for the pit exit and entry.
Admittedly, so like I said, there's a bunch of different places globally. No matter where you go racing, everyone's come up with a different method to do this one. And majors have deemed that this is the best way to go about them, and that's not done through just writing it out there and just throwing. We think this is the best way to go, and we're not taking any input on that. They've taken input over a long period of time trying to get this right. Again, it's different to MEC, to Majors Endurance Championship as well. So they do something slightly different here, and the reason they do it slightly different here is because you have 1,000 teams plus entered for this race. So this race has a bunch of guys that don't run in the Majors Endurance Championship. So you need to make it, they simplify, they take a couple little bits and pieces out and just try and keep it very, very trimmed out compared to that endurance procedure. Like we said, wave buys and getting a lap back to your class is not a thing that we do within this one. It's got to be simple and doable. But one of my teammates, remember I said I had a German teammate earlier on the piece, he read the safety car procedure out to me after it had been translated into German, and he read it back to me in English, and he said there's actually some clarifying. And that's one of the tricky things, is translating all this as well.
Yeah.
Because you've got to remember,
right.
So many people not English as their first language. I take it for granted, but, that's a big part of this as well.
Yeah, that's what I meant with the misunderstandings. Also, especially from not English native speakers, but also like Italians, French, Spanish people. Maybe something when you use a translation device, it works different. And I think we are now green.
I think we are green, yep.
That's good news. So Magic Arrow back in the lead, followed by your team, the Logitechs. So yeah, that looks like a clean start for all classes. Here come the GT3s also. Some blinky moments there in the back, but no problems. No one hitting the gravel or spinning on the cold tires. Yeah, looking pretty good.
Oh, we're going to go side by side for P2 on the GTPs through Mulsanne corner. Oh, sorry, Tetra Rouge. Couple of slowdowns on this first lap. So this will be tricky for all of these guys to manage, and everyone's, again, we're under minimum pressures. We're trying to get some tire temper pressure. And Ray in jail, that will not be looked at well by the stewards. He has a slowdown penalty right now, and he's weaving on the straight whilst he has a slowdown penalty. That's multiple moves, multiple defensive moves, and that slowdown penalty continues to this point in time, Sebastian.
Yeah, he has like, I think 20-25 seconds to get rid of that, and he tries to make that happen through the chicane, so he races with the slowdown, and personally, I don't like that.
Well, it's one of those things, isn't it? Because he stopped before the cars behind got to him, and part of the Majors protest system is actually they're going to get racy here, and I think it's going to be a challenge for position through the chicane. They're going to touch as they get to Mulsanne too. Little bit of door banging, run a little bit wide, couple positions change. Car 297 moves to second spot, and now it's the 06 of Daniel Cassera who's trying to cut his way back through to P2. The leader is gone, and it's now this Swamper Cars 2x2 and GTPs.
Yeah, the leader will be happy watching his mirrors, but this will be a big one here into the Mulsanne corner. So many cars under a blanket, but nobody fails to brake here. That's the good news. But it will be a very, very eventful corners coming up to end this lap. Already too wide again at the front. Eternity Motorsports against Kronos.
It's going to be Augustus Kirisis. He's in the Kronos GG car that pulls to the head of this one. But again, these guys are still fighting on cold tires. Blocks to the inside coming out of Indianapolis on the run to Arnage. But he's gone a fraction deep at Arnage, and that's going to allow Daniel Cassera to swing back through and grab the spot for Eternity Motorsports. So multiple times on this lap. It started in the hands of Ethan Bass. It's now gone the way of Eternity Motorsports, but Kronos had their hands on P2 this lap. It's getting antsy right here, Sebastian, and they're still too wide entering the Porsche curves.
It's looking very, very entertaining now after the safety car, but that's always the case. The cars are so packed together again on the cold tires, racing down the track, and everyone maybe wants to seize the opportunities to get one or two positions, and that's where the danger comes from. So caution, reading caution. or at least incident in this case.
Ryan Gell's going to have a crack at trying to pick up a position heading down into the forward chicanes. He's now done that, sort of position swap for P4 and GTP. But there's a lot of cars on the move. Ben Georgiev, who was a little bit deeper in the field for car number 16. And that's the Shera Esports car you were talking about earlier on in the day, Sebastian. They're on the move now. They've grabbed a spot. They're up to
P8.
8.
Yeah. That's good. Good for them. So the safety car helped them a little bit. And Spin and Tow is also back at it in P9. So just spinning, not towing at this point of the race. And I think the Kiwi LMP2 has a little bit of a problem with the yellow flag in the tower. But yeah, must be some speed stuff, or maybe just an off track.
I believe anytime you'll see that on the tower, that'll be a slowdown penalty for that car.
Yeah, I suppose that, but sometimes I wasn't sure. So Mr. Narciso from Portugal in the replay, that maybe not good for him. Yeah, because he got a little bit contact on the rear and spins and stands there right where he doesn't want to be. But at least, no follow-up incident it seems. Yeah, it's all good again.
And the GTPs have a high tyre wear as well, so that slide and that spin, whilst he's got the car pointed in the right direction, that is going to take some life out of that one. You're right, Mia Rose still has the lead of LMP2, and she's certainly been the class of the field thus far. The fastest lap time in LMP2 has actually been set by a car down in 13th spot, and they're running dead last in LMP2 at the moment, car 833. So they've had a troubled restart here, I think, for some reason. Is there another replay?
Yeah, we're here with the GT3 leaders. Team Nishiken, Draco Racing Team, and Team Max Boost. But as you can see, all the others of the GT3s are also close by if they start fighting. We are getting a big mixed bag of cars again into the corner. Yet still, former P3 now in P2. Guillermo in the red Porsche with the number 33. There's some more traffic coming up, but it looks pretty tame. But I talked about it. I mean, you don't drive an LMP2 in this race, but it's always tricky for the LMP2s to come around the GT3s these days.
Yeah, and you've also got to remember that the LMP2s have lost a little bit of straight line speed. They wanted to create a little bit more differentiation between the LMP2s and the GTPs, and so the LMP2s weren't quite as quick, and that also means it's a little bit more difficult for them to pass the GT3s. In the corners, the grip is quite similar, and you'll actually see if we do get some rain at any point in time, the LMP2's difference in overall pace between a wet and a dry time is less than the GTPs. GTPs have a bigger spread between wet and dry times than the LMP2s have. So again, some of that's to cover that off and just maintain a nice spread in terms of classes.
Yes, and we're just talking about the car right now. What a factor is in the rain is, of course, also the driver, how confident he or she is to max out the car in the rain, or maybe be a little bit more careful. Yeah, that will also be a thing. And yeah, we have seen in the past that then some trouble coming up between classes in the rain, and we are now back. Yeah, having some nice racing here between P2 and P3 in the GTP class, or in the hypercar class. I mean, some people even being bothered if you call it LMDHs and not LMDHs.
Well, that was the thing, wasn't it? When they come out, they were LMDHs, and it's changed, and obviously IMSA regulations is GTP. This will be an overtake. And the 297 Porsche, they're going to go 3 wide down the Mulsanne straight. I believe that's going to be Augustus Cursis, and it's going to be Ethan Bass in the middle, who's just forced to abandon ship and let that one go. 2 cars got a lot of draft. Ben Georgiev in the Shera Esports car moves his way into P6. And I think that was Jonas Hofstadter from Team Endurotech who got that job done. Yeah, good pass.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, that was the point of seizing an opportunity, and here's a good draft now, and going to the outside, and wanted to break later from the outside and take the position, but yeah, he's already backing out, not making too much risk there. So this Scherer car now back to P5. That's interesting. So let's see what the driver lineup brings into this 24-hour race. Maybe we see some switches in the podium area later on.
And that GTP class as well, dominated by a Porsche and Ferrari up inside the top 10. I think the first Cadillac, I think we've got Porsche, Ferrari, Cadillac, and I think there's a single BMW in the field. Well, the first of the Cadillacs is back in 12th at the moment. And as for the BMW, it's running in 15th spot. So, and the second of the Cadillacs is at one lap down in the number 01 car, running alongside the 57 car, both at one lap down on GTP. So a little bit of work for them to do, cutting their way through traffic. I think the big thing is there's been some driver swaps in that GTP field, and you're just seeing the field just sort of sort itself out, as there's a couple of drivers with a little bit of speed in the car at the moment, and some drivers that are maybe just struggling a little bit, particularly, again, colder tyres than you normally start a stint on. Driving through this phase, we've not lost anyone really, and it was aggressive at the same time. Pretty good.
Yeah, that's true. I have seen so many cars spinning on the cold tires after the safety car restart. So yeah, this was pretty phenomenal. Sometimes even the pros can't do it better. We're here with the GT3s again. E6. Giuseppe Ruggiero, Instinct Racing 922. We had him already in the opening stage of this race. And I see in the tower slowdown for P3, so maybe that could be the opportunity now to catch him when he has to lift a little bit on the straight.
Tricky little one, this one to get through. Well, that's me. Thank you very much for your time, Sebastian. Thanks for letting me come and say hello. I'll be busy, unfortunately, for the back end of the race in strategizing and putting my team's plan together, but I didn't want to let your Le Mans experience suffer by being in here on your own in the commentary box.
It was very nice for you stepping up here to be with me, and yeah, thank you very, very much. Good luck for the race. So let's see if you can get the places back your team lost in the moment at least. But yeah, I assume you have the right strategy to put your car back in the podium position.
That's it. Just keep the car alive, stay safe. Ethan's a little bit struggling in terms of pace at the moment. Not normally a GTP driver, so he's really had an issue trying to bring himself up to pace, and he's going to struggle with that throughout the race. But that's the task that he's got in front of him, and he's got to drive around to that to the best of his abilities. So there's nothing more he can do. He's got to put his head down, and do what he can. So he knows what his goals are.
It's a team race. It's a team race. So you do it together, you win and lose together. And at the moment, it is not looking too good, but it will be better later, and maybe he will find his confidence in the car.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Good luck, and good luck to everyone enjoying their majors as well.
Goodbye, Scott. See you soon. So Scott is gone. Thank you again, and we are here with Mr. Eskandari, and yeah, in the middle of the GT3 field with which is a little bit of ghosting right now, here right in front of us. And we have Matt Loveridge in the Automoves Racing Academy GT3. So the car number 301 in the moment in P3. We can see a slowdown was there for the McLaren in P6, now P7. So yeah, there's much going on here on track. Yeah, not even the 2-hour mark we have reached here. So this is still the, what is it called? The fallout to the safety car. The cars racing right next to each other, and as we said, the driver swaps bring some swaps of position here. Like Enzo here, Van den Dickenberg from the Netherlands, P9.
But he's following the train, having yeah, not a tough time here, and can focus on saving tires and fuel, which could also be crucial later on. Whoever knows. That's up for the racing gods to decide. Over Newman again, Augustus Kirsis. We talked about the Kronos team, had a big fight there, but P4 also still on the hunt, so it's not like they are driving away from each other too much, except of course the leader Magic Arrow really puts the speed down. It's nearly 8 seconds away from P2, but the rest sticks together. So better make no mistake, or you have a problem with losing places. Rachangel here. And Istvan from Spin and Tow. We saw him spinning, but he's back to P9. And maybe has a good run now out of Tetra Rouge. It's very, very close to Ethan Bass in front. And that is the car of Scott, who was in the booth here with us. And that looks very, very close here. But Istvan is backing out of it. It seems at least like it. Or is he moving it in onto the brakes? No, it is contact! Contact into the corner. Hopefully no damage. And he takes the spot. But yeah, the wheel did bend in and out. And there's a big, big flasher. So people are not very happy with the Italian driver of the 609 car right now. So Ethan lost the place, but maybe even suffered damage. I could imagine that they will put it to the stewards. So hopefully it's not too bad on the back end of the car. But as we heard and as we know from the real world, a little bit of broken flaps, a little bit of bending. Let's say try to bend carbon fiber. It doesn't work that way. So yeah, better not touch, just look. And Jonas Hofstetter now in P7. Lost the place again, but yeah, not too bad. I mean, they can trade back and forth to maybe yeah, get a little bit of pace out of that. We are sitting on the side of the car. You can see the refs on the wheel of the Ferrari in P4, trying to hunt down P3 again. But it's the same story. You can save here. You can be in the draft zone and maybe get away from the cars behind. Because there's a big, big train coming, yeah, you can assume, because you're seeing here now P13 with many, many cars in front. So, which can be very tricky, too wide through the Porsche corner area and into the Corvette corner. It's all clear, said it, done for Camden Craft. Hyperion Racing gained a place, and also Ethan Bass is yeah, still in P8, but lost a little bit of momentum, lost a little bit of car width to the guys in front after that contact. Is it even a slowdown here, or is it just an off track? Oh, big thing here. So after the overtake, they are handing some positions back and are down to P13. So having some aerial shots here from our helicopter here at Le Mans. Until the technical side of stuff works again, hopefully. So something is going on. which is not quite right. But as you can see at the top, leader of the hypercars is Magic Arrow. Of the LMP2, still Kiwi, Sim Racing, Speed Nation, and Team Max Boost is your leader here in Split 3 in GT3s. And I would say we take a quick break until we fix these issues here. And we're back live because David has worked his ass off to provide you the stream for Split 3 here at the Majors 24 hours. So all are working here backstage in the stewards room, in the broadcast booth, and of course the teams are working for their drivers because we have seen Quentin Verdonk from Vulcan Motorsports, and I suppose he has his teammates on the ear who pushed him to take another spot, maybe move up to P6. Very tight battles here after the safety car. We have seen some more spins, some more off tracks, and even contacts, but we are back racing nearly at the 2-hour mark, but there are 22 hours and 10 minutes left in this race. We are in lap 28, seen at least from the GTP class. It's a great race. We have best weather. Of course, some rain could happen, so that's still something you should account for. Down in Split, I think 10 it is. It's an 83% chance of rain, so that's pretty heavy. But yeah, the forecasted weather will bring some trouble, as did the safety car. We have a 2 wide here. Oh, and a big contact. Matthias Temme is spinning the in P17 Fury SimSport Red. Can move the car around, not much of damage, at least as it seems. But of course, another case for the stewards. Yeah, that's a little bit weird one. But I'm not as a steward here right now. That are the people from Sim Racing Stewards. I can also invite you to check out that website, simracingstewards.com, and you can send in there also your incidents from official races to have it checked by our sim racing police here at the major series. So I see another slowdown for P3 in the hypercars, also for P4. So yeah, they're fighting there. Again, also the number P5 in the GT3. So slowdown's always an issue at Le Mans, not only at Spa, but also at Le Mans. Because if you want to maximize Tetre Rouge or the chicanes, it can happen quite frankly that you overshoot. But maybe you have to look also after the incidents, and of course never ever get a black flag by not slowing down after you got the slowdown penalty. Some more traffic coming up there. GT3's moving in the middle, and that was the right flash. That was the right call, because the GT3 wanted to move over and double checked his mirror, and that was very good to flash there by Quentin. So yeah, safe ride here. But with the GT3s in the middle, they have to do it, of course, to be faster, but it's always a little bit of trouble for the overtaking cars. There we have Fernando Sacramento again from Lumen Motorsports Lux. Now in P20, we have seen them crashing, but they are back in the game. And yeah, whatever that race will give to them, they will make fresh lemonade out of that to yeah, get back up the ranks here. So maybe turning a bitter moment into some sweet success. So nice camera angle here from the front nose of P7. Quentin Verdonk again from Vulcan Motorsports in the hypercars. Down the back straight. And we are approaching this nice combination of corners with the Indy corner and of course with Arnage, and there's a big pile of GT3s that can be very dangerous. And he decides to stay back, have a better exit, and make it easy for all the others. Yeah, that could have been bad for the car at P6, Team Endurotech, because they decided to go too wide through Arnage. Oh, yeah, and that was a good move. So you have to be aggressive, but maybe sometimes think twice, because yeah, you don't live twice here at Le Mans. Of course, you got the fast repair, but yeah, you don't want to crash out somebody. Even if you have the fast repair and you get a penalty for hitting a slower class car, that would be severe for your race if you have a stop and hold, or at least a drive-through. But would cost you much time if you're fighting so close as you can see here. And the snake goes through the final chicane of GT3s and hypercars. And now the big braking zone into turn 2, into the first chicane of the track. At least here in iRacing we have still the Dunlop bow here, the bridge. There they go. Yeah, always tricky, but as we said, the first 4 splits is a mixed bag of hobby and pro drivers. So, but everyone knows how to do it. So we have not seen dangerous, unsafe rejoins up to this point. They could have happened, but they didn't. And here's some more glorious traffic action on the Mulsanne straight out of Tetre Rouge. Cars fighting for position, cutting through the traffic. GT3's in the middle. And here comes the big braking zone. It seems to work, at least for Istvan again. Back to P9. But that's, yeah, a pileup of cars. Oh, Scherer got a slowdown, it seems. But they are far ahead enough. So that won't bother them. So better not have a slowdown in the pack like this here. Istvan in P9 behind in P10, 11 directly. Hyperion and Team Loose X Spurwing. I wonder if there is a play on words, which I don't understand, but yeah. I mean, I'm German, I don't have any humor, so it doesn't matter. So round the outside here with the defense move, but too much of the outside. Catching the gravel, losing a position. Well, that's looking very, very entertaining here. Now back to P10, and we have some pit stops coming in. Lewis Rickard, Maxim Rothbrook, Project Synced Racing Team. You can see they are all up in the air, changing tires. Jeffrey Langerek also from the Netherlands, and here's Enzo, also from the Netherlands, and right behind Sebastian Eskandari. So the Team Max Boost driver now in P7. So some stuff is going on here. They are both 13 seconds behind the leader. While Magic Arrow, the overall leader, is also in the pits, by the way, but just for your information. I think we don't need to see that. But it could be interesting because the GT3s now coming through the last part of the track. And maybe they even come out before they will exit the pits, so we have some more traffic coming in. I mean, sometimes you can play with the traffic. Maybe you stop a lap earlier and have not so much traffic and lose too much time. But that's all technicalities if it comes to a contact. But no, they are entering the pits, at least partially. So Copeland is coming in. The wrong stuff, Black. Wasn't that a band? Which puts Paddock GG Gray into the lead with Mr. Gel from Belgium now. The 21 car is now the overall leader. So at last, a lead lap for him. Hanging here behind traffic. Jeffrey Langerak from the Netherlands. I think he was in the pits already on the cold tires. And Matthew Downs from Lumen Motorsports from Great Britain. Car 42. So car 42, the answer to it all. But with a feisty battle against the car number 44. So didn't find the answer, but what is the question? So will it maybe be another attempt into the Mulsanne corner? He's close, but not ready to go alongside here. And behind him, Maxime Rothbrook, so another Belgium driver. So the European scene is also here. I see the LMP2 leaders are in the pits, by the way. And we see Camden Craft. Trying to hold on to P5. And you never know if you're in P5. Maybe somebody in front will crash out and you have a chance at the podium, so you don't want to give up that position here. And better fight to stay ahead, even in this opening stage. We reached the 2-hour mark. But it's still, yeah, a far way to go, a long way to go. Kiwi Sim Racing on the pit exit, so that's looking good for them to not get into too much traffic. And Ivan here and Ross Booth duking it out into Indy, and behind them already faster traffic. I guess the crew chief is warning them. And I hopefully, it will split their battle here. So, yeah, 1 or 2 car length lost here to that dive by the hypercar. You can see a Booth going into 6th gear, 150, 160, approaching the Porsche corners in his Porsche. But of course, again and again, the dirty air is a factor, and we know that especially the Porsche is always tricky low on fuel, the Canadian driver. And we see a car with the next battle here. The AMG behind the Porsche. Team. Yeah, I see the damage. I wondered if that was the livery, but I'm quite sure that Team Nishiken was very, very much in contention of the first 1 or 2 spots in that group. But now here he is, losing another place. Oh gosh, oh god. Yeah, that's tricky for him. That's on the connection of the 301 car going through the covert corners. It's always, sometimes, if we would watch him for the whole lap, if it always happens here, it indicates that the settings for surroundings on the track, like the Ferris wheel and all the other stuff, it's maybe a little bit too high on the CPU. So the event details, so to speak. But we talked about it. It is, iRacing is from back in the day, 2006, so yeah, 20 years. So yeah. But now it seems we have more cars having technical difficulties. I hope they won't disconnect. And the best news would be for them if it is on us and not on them. Oh, here's some. I saw the sign. There's some nice beers there. So if I ever go to Le Mans, I will go there. But if you ever need a guide at the Nürburgring, hit me up. I will get you around there, show you the best rooms, hotels, and the best parking spots to watch racing for free at the Nürburgring. I can be your guide. So I don't know, what do we do, David? Do we try again? I mean, it's like so I have a weird question. Did you check your disk space? Okay, good. Yeah, we're going into a break, trying to fix this,
And yeah, we'll be back as fast as we can, faster than the races. Back at Le Mans, back in France, the 24 hours of majors. We thought we sorted it out, but again, we have some issues. But yeah, we will find a way, like Ian Malcolm said in the movie Jurassic Park, like life finds a way. David will find a way to make it work again here at Le Mans, here at the 24 hours of majors at the Circuit de la Sadre. Sadre? Whatever. Who cares? But yeah, that's always also the fun. I'm not a native English speaker, of course, you can hear it, but I have great fun to get connected to so many nice people like Scott, who did join in later on. There will be Mike from Majors, who will talk a little bit about the Major series, about Majors 24, MEC, and all the other stuff a little bit. And of course, I talked to. We will talk here with some of the stewards to give you that perspective also. So I think we got all covered then to have a nice race night here. After we will be coming back to the live racing here in Split 3. So Split 3 was pretty entertaining. The first hour was all clean racing. We got some spins there, but no real contacts. But then we had one big crash at the 1 hour mark with the safety car coming in. Several laps of safety car, some discussions also with the race director. There were maybe some problems in the process. Maybe some even didn't read the rules correctly to the entirety of it. But then all went back to green and all hell did break loose. We still had contacts under safety car, but in the end, the worst things happened after the safety car released the pack again. And yeah, several minor contacts and also contacts with spins, but hopefully not too much damage. The massive damaged cars we have seen from the safety car incident did use their fast repair. Just 1 hour into the race, there's just one fast repair here. So yeah, better be careful now if you already wasted that. Incident count penalties 100, so also be careful with the off tracks. At 100 incidents you will get a drive-through. There's no DQ, but every another 24x you will get another drive-through. So yeah, better safe than sorry. So save now and have it for later, for the night, or when the fatigue is coming into play at 5 in the morning or whatever, when you have problems. But as we heard, there are people from Australia who basically drive now in the night when we enjoy the late afternoons here in Europe, or the early evening.
So for the Europeans, it's basically like the real life, 24 hours from 3 in the afternoon to 3 in the afternoon. But for people around the world, it's a whole different game. It's maybe not even in the same stadium, so to speak, because they have much of real life night racing while watching their very, very bright screens in front of them with the daylight racetrack here. I know you're still seeing the B-roll footage, but yeah, we will return shortly with the live racing. I'm watching it on my screen here um, from the directly out of the simulation. Yeah, it's right like in the simulations. I can tell you that Magic Arrow still extended their lead by 13 seconds now in front of Eternity Motorsports. Paddock.gg is in P3, has an 8-second gap in front of Chronos.gg. Team Endurotech is in P4, and there we are talking about a 29-second gap already, but they're on the hunt for P4. So that's just a 1-second gap where they could attack maybe. And also the GTPs of Vulcan, Echelon, Hyperion, Shera are pretty close together, so there can be maybe some more battles. And I see that Daniel Longerich is in the Shera esports cast. So greetings to Daniel and all the other Shera guys from the Split 3 booth here. So good luck for the German team to maybe make up some places like they did before, where they elevated themselves to P5. So maybe it works again. So I got some messages coming in. So we have some more people coming in, maybe wanting an interview. So why not? So if anyone is in Split 3, wants to do interviews, I'm right here with a cup of coffee in my hands. I can just send a coffee to you via email, so it won't be hot when it reaches you. But yeah, you could still be in there. And I see we have pictures again, not all liveries, but who does care when we see cars racing here at the 24 hours of Le Mans here in the Majors 24. And as you can see, the Magic Arrow has the lead of now nearly 14 seconds, so they are on a good move here. And we are with Norbert Tamasch. And now, what a move by David G. Harris. You have to be aggressive in... Oh no, yeah, that's it. He moved, and the GT3 thought, when he moves, I go to the back end of him. Yeah, it's just getting worse. It's the old Austin Powers thingy. Yeah. He saw him moving. If we get the gyro perspective or the driver's perspective, you can see that maybe that he was approaching him at high speed out of the Corvette corner. Then he saw him moving forward. Then he stopped. I think now we can get a clearer picture of that stuff. That's what we say about... Yeah, he moves forward, then stops, and he was thinking like, okay, if he moves. So please, people, even if you're driving in the podium ranks, even maybe far more faster than I would ever do, please be predictable in that situations. You're ruining the race for other drivers and for yourself, because I assume at least sometimes we have different opinions in this stewarding room, but at least a drive through it should be a stop and hold for the former P2 in the hypercar class. So sad for them, sad for everyone who was affected by that. But yeah, that is the first bigger incident we had here. And we have many cars on the Mulsanne straight. You can see them far down the road, and also here to wide going Parker Harris and Ethan Bass now out of the top 10. But yeah, I know Ethan maybe is angry with himself also because of the rear end damage he maybe got. But what can you do? Just drive on, give the car to the next driver as clean as you can and as fast as you can, and not overdrive the car. Vince Kusi from the Netherlands again. D-Max Simtech powered by HVR in P6. Challenging the car in P5 Vulcan Motorsports. I talked about that as the B-roll did run. Their cars here now very, very close together. And that looks like proper racing here right now. Getting into the slipstream. And Vince is looking for his opportunity. But of course he sees this could be a dangerous move into this combination of corners. You don't want to be too wide here, and also not in Anache. Oh, and also you don't want to be into the gravel. Jamie Barnes. So again, the dirty air stuff coming in, and yeah, GTPs around, LMP2s around, GT3s getting into the pits. Looking quite okay. Okay, we are good to go again. And we are back live.
Hello everybody, David here, producing. I apologize to everyone watching for all the technical difficulties. I believe I have everything sorted. Let me know on your guys' end if there are any issues.
Yeah, thanks David. Thanks that it works now. But yeah, we keep fingers crossed that everything is now in order, also for this little GT3 here. Getting overtaken by the hypercars through the second Mulsanne chicane. And that is a battle for position. P6 and P5 right next to each other, now behind each other into the Mulsanne corner. GT3 traffic, or mixed traffic better to say, up ahead. That's very, very close packed racing here on the back straight. But they cleared that. That's looking quite fine. Oh, that's not too much. No, that's close. That's very close. Pushing him off a little bit, but just a touch of gravel there. Maxime Rothbrook. And now he's a little, yeah, he was boxed behind the GT3 and his opponent didn't have the, let's say, intent to let him pass easily. And in the end, why should he have to after getting pushed out on the corner exit? But that's also the game in traffic here. Oh, big divey moments here into an arch. But as Scott said, you have to be aggressive. We will have another interview partner shortly from Arete Esports GT3. So one driver out of the GT3 class will join in a couple of minutes. And let's see where the biggest battles are going on here right now. Of course, the biggest battles are where it is in traffic. And Jamie L. Barnes for Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation has took the car from Meyer and still in the lead. But close behind is Jake Shurry from Alpha Esports. So still just under a second between the leaders of the LMP2 class, while the hypercar traffic is coming through like a train. Oh, and there's also some GT3s in there trying to get out of their way. But what can you do? It is very, very difficult here. And the GT3 is cursing and maybe smacking his wheel because he gets a very, very bad exit out of Tetre Rouge with some competitors in the back. And on the other hand, the LMP2 drivers will, yeah, have their own issues. Another huge, huge battle. Matteo Giraldo, Renova Competition, GTP Gold is the team name. P15 not happy with the competitor in front, Kostek Sovoljev. Yeah, whatever. But he is from Poland, so I butchered his name so he can later come into the booth. Or is it Solovic? Could be. Fury Simsport Red it is. Yeah, now David is picking all the names which I can butcher. So let's say Ignas is here, and also, yeah, Vince Cusi is a little bit more easy on the tongue here. We had him already, but I saw there are some more names which are very, very difficult to pronounce. Not Kane Ryder. So this you got Scott Speed, but you also got Kane Ryder here from Australia in Team Max Boost. So a perfect sim racer or racing name in general. That's for sure. Let's try to move in now our interview guest from the GT3 field here in Split 3, Pit Venanzi. So, oh, there he is. Hello, Pit. Great to have you here in the GT3 field on the server in Split 3. How are you feeling here in the majors with your team?
We are feeling very good, I think. We are quite happy with the pace right now. We are running on P7. Yeah, we expected to be here in the top 10. Now is the goal, just survive the next 20 hours and we will see where we are.
Yeah, we're seeing big battles here. Any problems with the traffic up to this point?
No, we just get a little bit of damage at the safety car. Because our GTP is running us in the back, and then we have a little bit of damage, but not a lot, like 20 seconds, and then yeah.
So under the safety car contact?
Yes.
Ah, that will be costly for them when the stewards see this, of course. Yeah, it can happen, it shouldn't happen. What do you think about the safety car process? Was it all, yeah, blood in your blood already by reading the rules, or was there some problems?
At the first time when I read it, I was thinking, okay, I didn't understand a lot, but now I understand it, how the procedure is going.
Yeah, so it was no issue for you, so you don't get a penalty from that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good to hear. How's your incident count? I know maybe some competitors will listen, but are you happy with the 100 incidents for this whole race?
Yeah, of course. I think at Le Mans you have more like slowdowns than off tracks. I think we get more off tracks here or like inks from car contacts than from off tracks, because if you do here off track, you will get directly a slowdown, and yeah.
I think your where is it? Oh, we got a replay right now. Huge Haycocks. DPR Racing 74 going into Anache. Is it a barrier on the outside? No, it isn't. Oh, it's a spin then on the dirty, yeah, off track on the dirty pavement, but yeah, no unsafe rejoin. Did you see Pit some stuff going on with unsafe rejoins? I just saw one at this point.
At this point, I didn't see anything.
Yeah, so I think Split 3 is pretty good. Pretty good drivers out here and big competition.
Yeah, it's really a big competition. We see also the time at the qualifying, it was really closed. I think the top, what was it, the top 12, I think, was in 1 second. It was, yeah. I think it's a
Yeah.
very hard field and a lot of fair drivers, and yeah, we will see the next 21 hours how it will go.
And now you're in P7, as you said. Yeah. Your car is right now in the middle here, and it's also here in the broadcast behind the. Oh, and there's contact, I think, to your car.
Yeah.
Is it the number 83 right there, the Porsche?
Yes. It is.
Hopefully no damage there, but as you said, most incidents come with little car contacts here and there. And yeah, the most off tracks are slowdowns, but yeah, that is really tricky here with all the faster cars around the GT3. So GT3s, of course, also in the Porsche corners are very tricky. Yeah, did you expect that the Porsche will do some weird stuff when it's low on fuel?
No, for the moment I didn't expect it, because I really love the car. And yeah, I feel just great in the car. We also test other cars, but I said directly from the beginning on, I want to drive the Porsche because I feel safe with this car. I feel fast with it, and yeah. And the other guys say also, yeah, we are fast with the Porsche.
I mean, you're now in
And, yeah.
P6, and yeah, I mean, the others are not far ahead. Team Nishiken, also the number 24 car, has huge damage on the front. So maybe over the course of the next, what do we have left? 21 hours and 25 minutes. Maybe a podium is in reach when all
This is a goal
goes,
for us,
goes
yes.
perfect. Yeah, I would say so too, because yeah, high competitive field here in the GT3s, and anything can happen. Anyone you want to make a shout out to? Grüße.
No.
No.
Yes, to my parents, maybe, to my team boss Dalton. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wondered if you understood what I meant.
Yeah, at the beginning I was.
Yeah, okay, all good. So yeah, hopefully the parents will tune in later of Pit and cheer their team to the finish, or at least know what their son is doing on the sunny weekend here.
Yeah.
In his racing sim rig. But yeah, good luck for you and your team. Thank you for coming by. Maybe we see us tomorrow, or yeah.
Yeah.
At least stay through the night, and maybe you catch a podium.
We'll see. We hope so.
Yes. Thank you for coming by.
Thank you too. Bye.
Bye. Okay, there was Pit from, as we heard,
from the GT3 field here, from Arete Esports. But we are here with P7, so direct competition of their team. Trevor Wawrowski, I heard that name many times, and always sometimes in the top positions of a race. So yeah, maybe he can make it also back to the top, like Felipe Marat from Lemax Motorsport. He has to deal with traffic while being in the slipstream right now, P11. But the Brazilian driver has it all under control. Also the fire coming out while shifting up here. Always looking very great. So some clouds over the track. The overall leader, Magic Arrow, again in the pits. So Paddock GG takes the lead. And it's clear. Robin Mars, car number 99, Project Sim Racing Team. He's in the shadow of the 532. Vulcan, but Vulcan has a black flag. That's interesting. So they maybe got a penalty by the stewards. Unfortunately, we don't have that here as an info, but as I'm on the server, let's check, but I don't see anything. No. I don't know where they got the black flag there. Or is the black flag now showing for slowdowns? Could be, because it's gone. So no, there it is. Okay, it's back. Oh, there we got a spinner. A big spinner in Mulsanne corner. There we got the replay of it. David is fast. And now it works. Streaming wise, yeah, hits the brake very hard. So he does not use the car in front as an external braking mechanism. But that's good on him that he tried to save his competitor by going into the spin with hard hitting the brakes. But the Vulcan Motorsports black flag, I don't know where it comes from. I don't think they have 100 incidents by now. But maybe they had some other issues. Also the car in P15, the Logitech team, which Scott stepped by, has also a black flag. Yeah, that's quite interesting. Let's check. We have 3 cars with black flags at the moment. The Logitech, GODBM Mercury, the Vulcan Motorsports, and one is gone right now. So, yeah, whatever it is, what they did get it for, there was nothing in the race director's chat here. But could be there was a time when the stewards had to write it into the chat boxes for everyone to see. Could be that they just write it to that car especially. So we can't clear that up. What happened? Oh, I have to open the there it is. Hyperion Racing 444 was black flagged. So Hyperion now with a black flag. That's interesting. Oh, it was a private message. Okay, good. Thank you. So it was a black flag for Hyperion. Dealt by the stewards. So what do we have here? Close moment. It's all running. So yeah, the Hyperion car 444 now in the pits. Thanks for the private message I got. Lukasz Tipula, we're on board with him for, yeah, enjoying a lap of Le Mans here. Let's enjoy that moment of managing the traffic, the GT3 right in the middle. And now onto the brakes, maybe checking the mirror if the GT3 is having a moment there before turning in. But there's not much time for Lukasz to get everything in order for the Polish driver here. Overall leader, 12 seconds ahead of Enduro Tech. And Vulcan Motorsports in P3. The 204. See another slowdown back in P7, but it's gone. And Lukasz now approaching the Mulsanne corner. It goes down a little hill. Then the entry over the curb. Keeping the momentum up through the right-hander, of course. To not lose too much time. It's a corner where I lose most of my time on a flying lap when I do not get it right. And I'm still a far way from the times some people drive here, so yeah. It is what it is in the end, but you have to be extra perfect here with many straights and very few corners. And especially here, corners like a Nash, hitting the curbs in the right ways, opening up the steering, and getting on throttle when you're neutral again. For the last part of the track, you see the big Ferris wheel and into the last two chicanes, but no, he's going into the pits. Very exciting to see the pit entry. It's also like a little chicane, and if you get an off track there, the potential is high to get an unsafe pit entry just by cutting there a little bit. So you never should do that. P5 GT3 Team Nishiken still with a huge damage here, but they try to get into the slipstream to not have that problem. They were P4, now in P5. The 4 is still on their LED board in the window. And it looks like Vesta Sport Academy, the car in front, the AMG, now has a slowdown, a little one, and leaves Team Nishiken again by. And that's interesting. But they can work together a little bit. So short alliances in this race could help you to boost each other away from cars or back behind cars. Trevor Vorovsky, GT Dynamics 04 in P6, but with 3 competitors right behind him. And I see they're doing 53s, 54s. And we are now closing into the 3-hour mark. So pit stops are coming up soon for the GT3s. Of course, we need to take into account the time of the safety car. So that shifts everything a little bit. We got the weather again. So the wind is steady at 7 miles per hour. Now 7 o'clock here in the evening in France. And yeah, temperatures are also falling. And I see that is... Wait a minute. I need to rethink. It is a 45% of humidity, I would say. So I say that drop is not rain, but humidity. And it's cloudy and a little bit sunny. The track is hot, but the temperatures will go down soon when the golden hour will come over Le Mans here. Hopefully there are not too much clouds so we can see the sun setting before we end for today in our streaming service here in the first 4 splits at the Majors 24. And we see Pecoroni from Arte Esports. We had his teammate pit for interview, but here he is, Eduardo Pecoroni, trying to get by the number 91 car, who has a little bit of a struggle there approaching Tetre Rouge. But he can't. Oh, yeah, that's dangerous. That's very dangerous. But what can he see out of the mirror? Nothing, basically, but his GT3 comrade right behind him. So that was dangerous, of course, but everything went smoothly then. And here we are again with Vince Cusi from the team from the Netherlands. Or at least a driver from the Netherlands behind the Spaniard of Endurance and Joyous. That's a wild move here by Zach Mitchell, Empire Racing Vanilla. So it's not vanilla ice we are talking here, but he's driving like on ice over the curb. And Felipe is happy that he is staying ahead in P12. At least I suppose that. And of course everyone is happy that they can go through here cleanly. But we also got some trees here at Le Mans. So again, back-to-back battle from one chicane to the other. But it looks quite... I don't want to say sophisticated, but yeah. They know what they do, they have a perfect line. And don't touch each other, just look. Kane Ryder here again. From Team Max Boost, also a karting driver, I assume, like his colleague, who were in the car before. And yeah, big battle with Trevor, and also behind the Porsche, the 83 of Arete. Yeah, that's... Oh! And then they are closing in with Michael Brooks also. So a big battle, P9, P8, P7 and P6. That's what we want to see here in the stream and on the track. That's what it's all about here in sim racing, of course. Great battles, great racing. And of course, don't be, you know, like if you crash, you don't lose half your money or have to sell the house. That's also a great benefit of sim racing. I know someone who did drive in the Dacia at the Nürburgring at the 4th driver. And even that costs a little bit of money. Let's say it that way. But yeah. I think it's also very enjoyable to be part of such an event. So in the GT3 class, Zenith Esports takes the lead at the moment because of the pit stops coming in. I predicted them quite good. Sebastian Herberer is here for Neon Knights now in the car. So he took over from his colleague and is now in P2. So yeah, maybe very happy because also they have a 1 second advantage over the car behind, but 9 seconds. They are behind Alpha Esports in P1 in the LMP2 category. So yeah, but if you are at the front here, you have the chance to pick up a Majors coin, so to speak. And if you're a German driver, the percentage of chance is very high that I personally will send them to you after the event. I did the European coins for the last 2 or 3 years. And yeah, it was very much work, and Mike decided he did take an advantage of me. But yeah, I will tell him that I can do the German ones because that's easy. And yeah, also helps to bring down the costs of the majors. That's also a factor, of course. Of course, you pay as a team $40 for the entry, but that's worth it. But not worth that contact here. Yeah, and they are not happy about Eduardo, who moves up to P2 at the moment with the early pit stops of the leaders. So maybe a little bit of fuel save can be potentially something saving you a pit stop in the end, because we have more safety cars coming at some time in the race, and yeah, maybe you are short 1 or 2 laps of fuel in the end, whoever knows. So maybe a little bit of saving now is better for later, but it's as I said 5 times already, I think I need to make a bullshit bingo, I think. Yeah, it's a long time to go. We're here in Mulsanne corner with a huge pack of cars, different classes all over the place, and it's still hard to clear for the LMP2s. Another crash. Oh no, it's Felipe who did gain positions, but now the big spin. Yeah, it's a classic. It's a classic. You are so in the zone with your car, and then the rear steps out in the first chicane. But there he goes under the Dunlop bow. Finn Dressel here from the Netherlands. DVR X SimCoach setups. Number 20 car. And yeah, another driver from the Netherlands trying to fight him for position here. And now into the Porsche corners. Hitting the curb on the inside, getting back onto the accelerator. Feeling the car. If the rear steps out, yeah, keeping away from the blue stuff on the right hand side from the barriers, and mowing some grass here and going through the Corvette corner, quite yeah, leaving some room there, but yeah, better that than getting an off track or a slowdown, so to speak. And the final corner, always important here. Yeah, he hits the curb big time there, jumps the car a little bit, but gets it back into the right direction. And that was a nice view we got there through that passage of the track. And there we are again with Diego Krug, I think. Yeah, it's the Capivara team. They left the server for a while, but now they're back here in action. So never give up, never surrender here at the 24 hours in the Majors 24. You never know what it is good for. So as Mike did not come back to me, so he won't be available now. Daniel Longerich in the Scherer Esports car. We're here on board with him, trying to track down the Heracles performance car in front. Battle for P11 right now. Yeah, and we are back in the battle of the best driver from the Netherlands at the moment. And a Spaniard also in the mix with Johnny Cazzola for the Endurance Enjoyers team. So, yeah, it is a good look. No pun intended. Oh no, Eduardo. Oh, it's the exit. Is it the exit? It is the exit of the corner. Yeah. Ah, and he hit the barriers. But that's not much of damage. That's okay. Oof. Just a little bit of unsafe, but it's okay. He left also the AMG by, and that didn't make a fuss about it. Trying to protect a position he can't hold. So it's all good. All fair, as his comrade Pitt said. Fair racing here. So Finn Dressel again. We are back from the replay. And there's Daniel setting up the move for P11. Oh, is he? It was the car behind attacking them, the Hyperion car, after their penalty with the black flag. I also saw in the chat boxes here that we had some more penalties coming in for SRP Racing 369. They got a black flag. So the stewards are making their work. There we have Daniel Tully in the 369 right now for SRP. And yeah, even if he got a penalty, of course, there's places to gain. So why not try to get him? And right into the slipstream. Oh, and I just realized something, but more of that later. Just stay with Daniel now. Oh, or maybe not. Let's go with Patrick Sagarek. Because that's also very, very close here. Going 3 wide around the GT3. But they should catch the others we have seen before very, very shortly. So now the sandwich for the GT3. But that also worked good. So there we are with Danielle. And that looked a little bit strange, and the gap is getting wider again. Yeah. I heard we have here we have something going on. Johnny Cazzola again. So the field of 4 cars has spread a little bit, as we have seen them before. Yeah, and now Daniel is free to go. The hypercars did get around him. So this all looks good. So we have Morten Arkesen for Arete again, esports, but this time not the GT3 team, but the LMP2 team. At the moment in P7, but there's maybe the move. No, he backs out of it. Doesn't want to go to the inside here. Hard on the brakes. As we have heard, the tire wear is also big. So don't lock them up, don't spin. Also for the GTPs, of course. And we got another crash for Jordi Spatkins, Alpha Esports. What did he do? Yeah, lost it on the brakes, but yeah, big lock up, but still could have been much, much worse. Just a little bit of time lost, but that's it. We're approaching Anash again with him. Not with him, but with Morton, who is still fighting. And that's the case. Right in front of them, there's another battle going on. So we have potentially a 5-car battle very, very soon if they fight a little bit more. The cars behind will chase them down. Through the Porsche corners. And now this very, very nice left-hander. If there weren't this off-track on the outside, it would be a very great corner. Like that little kink in Road Atlanta, for example. And we are now in lap 49, so lap 50 coming very, very soon. And yeah, we reached already the 3-hour mark in this race. So it's also halfway point here in our stream. Michael Brooks fighting for staying in the top 10, or other way around, having the next spot to the top 10, P11 against P12. Konstantin Pavlov behind him for Zero Grip Motorsport. And if anyone is listening from the Split 3, yeah, if you want to have an interview, just join the Waiting for Interview Split 3 booth and I will come and get you. And then we have a nice little chat like we had before with Pitt and Scott. So Johnny Casola, again in the big battle. So who will have the best spot for the Mulsanne chicane number 2? A little bit of pushing on the back end there, and Morton is trying. And he at least has P6 secured, where he fought it for so long. And now out of the corner, the rest of the Mulsanne straight into the Mulsanne corner, but there is a car up the road again, which will help him to get some little bit of draft. Car number 20 of DVR X Sim Coach setups. It's a weird cam, by the way. So the question is, can Morton come out of the shadow of the wind behind P5, Endurance and Joyous? Or should I more worry about car number 20? That they all three are now catching up. Yeah, they're breaking into Anash also. Sandro Müller is here for Impulse Racing by Walter Art. That was the one car which I totally ignored for all of the race by now. So Sandro and his friends Erkan and Ruppe are here, the Finnish driver. Yeah, Walter Art, that's a guy here from Germany who draws cars on paper and sells them to you in his Etsy store. So I can just tell you, Google Walter Art and check his art out, and you get affordable racetrack and car art for your home to yeah. And yeah, it's a real guy who does draw them. So I always like that kind of stuff. And yeah, if you want, check his store out, and if your missus allows it, get some nice racing art at Walter Art. And now we are with Diego Krug, the Brazilian driver again. battle for P17 at the moment. Andreas Meyer from Aero Esports. We have seen him with some problems, and there's a big lunge to the inside, and yeah, very well done. But of course that sets Mr. Meyer up to another attack by the car behind. And that's Madeline McGee from Team Max Boost in P19. And I see a black flag for the P5 car, number 20. Oh. I don't know nothing. I know that the car 184 also got a black flag, but we have seen the car number 20 right in the battle here. But it seems that they got a black flag for undisclosed reasons. But yeah, not looking good for them because they were in a good spot here with, yeah, still tight competition around them with Vince Cusi and all the others. But a black flag, of course, takes them out of, yeah, all of this equation here. It would be troublesome to gain that back. But in the end, what can you do? If the stewards decided it, you can appeal it, and they did, I think. And if you got a black flag locked in, there's nothing else to do than, yeah, go through the pit lane and take it. Well, then there's another overtaking opportunity coming up for the 46 against the 061, 051. The car number 20 is looking at that and thinking, yeah, I would like to join you guys, but doesn't matter because I have to go into the pits for the drive-through. Or was that the car which with the thingy in the before the last chicane? I can't remember. T2 battle in the hypercar class. Paddock GG against Team Endurotech again. And Ondrej Mateschik in the number 15 car, the Czech driver, against Lukasz Sipula from Poland. So also the Eastern European states sent their drivers in this great race. Oof, a little bit of gravel getting out of the way there. And now is the question, does he want to attack? Or does he want to wait for the big straight? But as you can see, there are also cars in front. So maybe let the traffic decide where you are at the end of this lap. Yeah, that's a good gap to maximize the exit around the LMP2s through the inside. And now is the question, where does the LMP2 move? Yeah, to the right. And here's a run. Here's a run for it because he also gets the slipstream from the car in front, which could help him. But is the gap too close? No, the gap didn't close. He could pull out and takes P2 on the overall leaderboard. Ondrej Mateschik. Now swinging by the others and also the number 20 car there. So basically we have already a little bit of lapping going on again. So yeah, very competitive, but there are some aliens among us. Greg Barber here. With a slowdown. You can do it here quite good if you want to. You should. Because the slowdown will add up if you make the corner. And there it is. There it's gone. And Finn Dressel again. I think Morton was in P6, now again back to P7, so it's a back and forth here, but he knows that the car in front has the black flag. So why risk too much? Yeah, you lose some time maybe, but yeah. Ricardo Mecking. Oh, big off track. Approaching Tetre Rouge. Another off track or spinny by Matthew. No, it's just an off track. But it's all quite good, just a loss of time. So we are checking on that Twilight Zone cam. So let's see if we don't get some more David Lynch footage in here. I mean, some Dutch angles are okay, but I prefer the fight for P5, P6 with the Dutch drivers over that. There he is, Vince Cusi. Some more slowdowns there, and the DVR car, the number 20 car with the black flag, is in the pits now. So in the end, oh, many cars are in the pits. That's interesting. They will do, yeah, they won't do a drive-through. They will go into the pits, then they get their additional time on top of that, standing. Yeah, and there's Nicolas Peck auto moves, and he moves quite a lot on the straight in front of Hugo Roca from Portugal, from the Drago Racing team by Tima. Seems not too happy about it, and it's at the moment it's a battle for P1, so better be careful. Battle for P4 here. Marco against Shun, so international battle here. And the car of Team Nishiken is repaired, as we could see, so they used... That's the question. Did they use their fast repair, or did they, you know, try to make it over the optionals that the car was put together to save the fast repair? We don't know at the moment, but could be a little bit of tactic what you can do. I mean, back in the day, you could, as the tires were changed after the fueling. Sounds like ancient times here in iRacing. But there were some tactics, like you could go 4 stints on one tire if you were careful. Yeah, that stuff is over, so there's not much room for tactics like that. But yeah, it's also okay. It's part of the game, and Michael Brooks, the wrong stuff black, also riding the curbs, and we have the Israeli driver Aaron Avina in P1 right now. He took the car over at the pit stop, so the 69 car now still in the lead, big gap, 40 seconds, but is now coming into the pits and maybe swap the driver again. But yeah, I wouldn't think so. Maybe he's also doing a double stint. But also with the GT3 also entering the pits, always a tense moment there. Back to Marco, the Italian. But it doesn't look like he can do the Italian job on Mr. Sato here. And Sato-san will try to defend his 4th position. AMG versus AMG down the straight, braking zone for the Mulsanne 1. A very good line, cutting some of the curbs on the inside, have a nice exit, very nice flow of the car. And Mr. Sato will check his mirrors because the attack is coming. Nothing to argue about that, side by side. And yeah, he backs out, stays behind for the chicane, not risk too much there. Because he knows it is a back and forth. And cars behind them shouldn't catch. So there's... what is it? 2 seconds. Behind them, and there's the big crash! Oh no, that's what not should have happened. And automatically the car repairs. Must be some Japanese nanobots, or maybe it was the connection to the server. We never know. He's pushing him. Yeah, that's not so good. That's not so good on Sato-san. Oh, and the car is broken in half, like Jim Ross would have put it. Marco Castorina is basically out, stone cold here. That's very sad. Yeah, he gets the push in the approach of the braking zone and the hard impact into the barriers. Yeah, that's not so good. Let's put it that way. And the stewards will work on that, I'm sure. But as I see it, not many cars are out in this stage of the race. Question is, of course, if some will return with that amount of damage and take their fast repair. I can assume they are very, very angry about that contact because it was totally unnecessary. But yeah. Still happening. That's it. Robin Maas taking another look and position. It's getting a little bit dark here already. So maybe a big cloud is moving over the track. So Aaron here in P6 now. The magic arrow. So as I assumed, the Israeli driver goes for a double stint here. They were the overall leaders, pitted a little bit earlier than the others. So let's see when they pit, maybe next lap. It's still a good gap, good position, but being back in that traffic doesn't help, of course. And also being a little bit in the mix here. So I'm still wondering, they had a big advantage in the beginning. And there's Patrick Zagarek with a slowdown. Let's see how we can get rid of that tactically, so we don't provide slipstream to the cars behind. But it worked. It worked pretty good. So Heiberger here, the 444, they had their black flag already from the stewards. But yeah, back at track to try to get to the front rows. But it's a long way, but it's also a long race. So it might work for them. And who knows what happens in front. But at the moment, the task at hand is the two cars in front. Maybe put a move on them, because they are looking quite faster in some corners. But don't risk too much, or you get the wrath of the stewards again on you. And then they release the black flag Kraken. Trevor Vorovsky again in the picture, in P6 now, in the GT3 class. Trying to get a hold on the wrong stuff car. But at the moment, they are 30 seconds behind the leaders in their class. James C. Warren. Yeah. There is the overtake I spoke about. We're back to Morton. Still in P6, still car in his sight. Right behind him. But the GT3 at least helps him to get a little bit of gap to the third car in the mix. And I see the some at least of the GTP leaders of the hypercars do pit. So Paddock GG again in the lead in front of the Vulcan crew. Now Aaron is coming through here. So he will put the magic arrow back to P4. Still wondering when the others will pit, or is this a thing of the pit cycle from the safety car? Or there's a chance of contact, at least, between those two. Very, very close racing here, but without any problems. I just checked the weather in Sim. So the weather says the humidity is rising, but the chance of rain is still 0% until 9 p.m. in Sim time, which is 1.5 hours away from us. So basically 1 hour before we will close the stream for today. So still some racing to go here. 2.5 hours on the broadcast of Split 3 here at the Majors 24. David G. Harris in P10. Trying what he can. Yeah, Arjun Riemersma got a hold back there in P11. And I see that P9 in the hypercars has a black flag. That's the Renova competition GTP Gold, number 6. And there we are with the attack of Aaron. And the battle intensifies here. Malte Clausen, the Danish driver for Heracles Performance Beta. Robert Northway and James Warren are in a battle here. The 4th place is at stake here. So the Magic Arrow in P5, but there is an attack, so it seems like Aaron isn't the fastest in the Magic Arrow team. That's no problem, of course. As we talked before, it is a team race. So you have to put your drivers together and trust each other to make it to a good finish. And yeah, and Derek is going into the pits. So he's stopping like 3 laps later than the Magic Arrow, or maybe 4 even? No, it must be more. So Magic Arrow now back to P2, just half of a second behind the leader Malte Clausen. So it's really difficult right now to keep track of everything, because the pit cycles of the hypercars are now changed totally. You can see that here. We have with Avina, it's 1 lap difference, but with others it's quite more. You can clearly see the pit stop under safety car right there. For some it was lap 6, for some it was lap 7 after the last stop. But you can also see in the first stint already there's 1 lap difference. So yeah, that of course will accumulate over the course of the race, and we will have totally different pit cycles then. And also of course when people get penalties. But yeah, will be interesting to watch. Sebastian Herberer in P1 for the Neon Knights racing team. The number 445. Now in front of Alpha. But where are the Kiwis? I'm just realizing it. The Kiwis are totally gone from the sheet. Whatever it was that they took. What is my language doing? Whatever it was. That must be enough for you. So the Kiwi team is tumbling down the order. Robert Northway at the wheel at the moment. I don't know, but we have a battle here on screen for P10. Mitchell Iron Green momentarily takes P10 for the Fury SimSport Red team. And yeah, no contact on the rear. Mr. Truman into the barriers. It doesn't look too bad on the front end, but yeah, maybe his wheel is a little bit crooked right now, I would assume. Yeah, and I hear the confirmation. Yeah, thank you. VPS Racing Esports in tears because they have to do some repairs on the car right now. Back to Mitchell, who has P10 now in the hypercar class. Malte Clausen in P1, the overall race leader. Looks good for them to be in the lead, getting some lead laps in clean air. Except, of course, there's some traffic, but here's a pit stop. So that proves my theory that Magic Arrow isn't so slow, but got caught up in traffic with their driver. Now we can watch a little pit stop here with them. Malte Clausen gets onto his spot. Of course, there's still no crew Hello iRacing, where's our pit stop crew? And he gets out of the car, and Matthew Wright is entering for the Heracles Performance Beta team. So Aaron is now on screen, down the Mulsanne straight, maximizing the speed. So new race leader, Magic Arrow, Aaron Avina. So the 69 car is where it belongs, 30 seconds ahead. But they always pit a little bit more early than the others. So that's something to think about at the team. Zach Mitchell wants the number 9 spot in the GT3s. Yeah, and we have seen how contact or what contact produces in the braking zones. But there are battles all over the place with Konstantin Pavlov in P7 trying to get ahead of Trevor Warovsky. So P6 in a GT3 class. He's getting close there. Closing the gap. And now better watch out, check the braking boards. So you don't hit the rear of the car in front. Yeah, that looks like proper racing here. But always have also a look into the mirror if a hypercar appears out of nowhere. Still three-way battle for P4. Kevin Roland in P4 at the moment for the Vulcan team. P5, Dylan Ackley. The third in the mix is a little bit off now, but so we focus on the cars direct next to each other. Owen Meatball needs some repairs, as we have seen the spin by Owen Truman into the barriers. So the wheel was crooked and he gets some repairs as we expected. David G. Harris, P2 for the Eternity Motorsports team. But right behind him is Team Endurotech with Arjen Riemersma. But there's a slowdown for him, so yeah, the hunt has to wait a little bit. So where does he want to get rid of that? Yeah, already done. So the slowdown out of the Corvette corner isn't too harsh, and we got Harald Stadler in the number 16, in the number 268 car in P16 at the moment. But he also got rid of his slowdown. Estavo Lourenco in P8. Target Racing. Oh, side-by-side contact! That was close. Before disaster struck, James Warren having none of that, going too wide again for Anash. Trying to go for the outside-inside here. Going side-by-side again. And now it's just for who has the bigger speed, I want to say, for the next corners, for the Porsche corners. There's the next try. at least to show themselves in the mirror for Estavo. But Mr. Lourenco backed out of that for that moment. But I would say the battle will continue between those two, which is good. So we got some nice racing action. Erwin Woodstra did make a toe, so something did happen to him. We are trying to get to that moment, spooling the replay back. Must have been quite a while back. So we can't clear that up at the moment. But yeah, it is what it is. If you crash, you crash. Or maybe he even disconnected, and that's the problem why we can't see it. But at the moment, we don't have so many disconnects coming in. So that's good for everyone. And the battle here continues between Mr. Lourenco and Mr. Warren for the next round. So let's see if gloves are off. They get some barbed wire around their knuckles for the next chicanes. Not the next dive. There was some intention there, but of course you don't want to outbrake yourself and get a penalty. Then Warren's view from his rear view. Yeah, I get the confirmation it was a disconnect, the car which was lost. So he comes closer again in the slipstream, and that was, yeah, very late braking there. Maybe the Portuguese driver is asking why is the car in front braking so early, but you always have to take the slipstream into account, and they are again too wide, approaching Mulsanne corner. Now better angle for the Portuguese driver, Mr. Lourenco, going through the inside, leaving good room on the outside, but that of course is a present for Mr. Warren to accelerate out of the corner faster to stay ahead. Mr. Truman, again with a crash after the repairs, after the meatball. Oh, he got a big snap, and that's it for him. That's sad, super sad. So, yeah, that should be the first elimination after fast repair and now this big crash. But I can feel that he was maybe angry at himself for the first crash, and then try to push hard, and that was too hard on the cold tires after repair. But yeah, condolences to the team at this point, with 20 hours and 20 minutes to go. Matthew Wright in P8 for the Heracles team. We watched them pit. Kind front giving some signals there to the GT3, and yeah, that's good for him, but not for Mr. Wright. Alexander Suntsov also already trying to break the slipstream into the Mulsanne straight by going over to the right hand side very quickly. Oof, and that's tough, but he makes it. That was very important to keep P8 in the hypercars at bay. And Trevor Vorovsky isn't too happy because of the braking in the dirty air of the hypercars. Can be very tricky, and I think he didn't see that one coming. So Mr. Wright also through there. And Trevor, has to look into his mirror for turning into the Mulsanne corner. No, he don't have, because the hypercar stays back for that corner. to make it safe. Yet that creates more and more competition in the traffic, and the sun is out again, so the dark clouds vanished a little bit over this part of the track and give clear view on the sun. And yeah, shadows are getting longer, so it will be dark in this race, and that's the true test to stay aware and awake through that and not make any wrong decisions. So as a little reminder, if anyone watching from Split 3, if you want to be here for an interview from your team's perspective, just PM me and join the Waiting for Interview Split 3 room on the Majors Discord. And yeah, we will have a little chat. Matthew Wright again. P8 still. Slowdown for Mr. Moriarty, but it's already done. So Sherlock Holmes won't catch him this time. Andras Kushma and pits for the GT3s. Some driver changes, some more names I can butcher. Shunkaft Water Sato. Yeah, we got them. So Sato-san out of the car. Yuta Kuchi now in the car. So Japanese driver swap here. Very great to have them here, Team Nishiken. Mitchell Iron Green in P9. Trying to hunt another place. So on board for you, and we take a little break with your rating with Andreas Meyer in P7, hunting P6 in the GT3 class, the Phantom TF competition team. We are back live, riding on, yeah, the side of the car of Edward Hope, Team Loose X Spur Wing. As you can hear, I now have my growling voice on here. I don't know why, but it happens sometimes if the brain tries to trick you. It's the majors, it's Le Mans, and we are back in the Twilight Zone. But it works, it seems, at the moment. Alexander Suntsov for the Lumen Motorsport Pulse team in P8, scratching there on the edge of the gravel pit. And still in contention, Matthew Wright. And as we heard, more penalties coming in and also questions to the race control. So black flags coming in, decisions by the stewards. And yeah, I can tell you again, simracingstewards.com is your website to visit. Also, if you have some feisty battles in the officials and you want to, yeah, have some iRacing police looking over them, you can send them in there. Go to simracingstewards.com. Also, if you want to be a sim racing steward yourself, you can maybe join a team for next year's Majors 24 Audi MEC races. We're watching Edward Hope still in P9. And the Lumen car in front. Down this iconic hill under the Dunlop bow. Approaching Tetre Rouge. The very important corner. You don't want to have the slowdown on the outside. You don't want to be slow. But the Lumen car has a slowdown. That's P8. That's the car in front. And that's a place gained for Edward Hope right now. Yeah, looking good for him. Quite clear. Also the cars behind are now thinking like, huh? And the Lumen car did took the slowdown into the chicane, and there's a big moment for Kirill Karpov, Zero Grip Motorsport. And Zero Grip it was indeed, but not by the driver, yet to the contact from the faster class car. So that's also a thing the stewards will look into. Hartmut Bohn in the Scherer car, all with big problems in the final chicane. Through the gravel, putting some gravel onto the track, so the dirt flag is out, or as we say in German, the Schmutzflagge. Edward Hope now in P8 after the slowdown we had there. Yes, some people are pitting. Are you on open mic? Ah, okay. So for all viewers, David is asking me stuff. And I'm not always sure if you can hear him also. But at the moment, I see nobody in the pits. P2 with a slowdown. And penalties served. P5 again is Kiwi Sim Racing. So they're taking up a notch here. They were far away from the front rows, but it's a 47 gap to Neon Knights Racing, who lead the race in front of the Endurance Enjoyers in LMP2. And Robert Northway here in P5. For the Kiwi guys, clearing some traffic of the GT3s. But yeah, some stuff did happen. I don't know. And if you have HDR on, now the glorious times arrive. So I hope some of the drivers turn it off, because otherwise you can get out your sunglasses in the Mulsanne corner right now, if you have them in your sim rig. Or if you drive in VR, that's your problem. Yeah, it can get really, really shiny out there when the sun is going down. So we have here Mr. Andras Kushma and Amitraid Ghosh from India. And you must acknowledge that the 444 car really did gain places back after the penalty. So they are quite fast. So maybe podium is still in discussion there. The Impulse Racing by Walter Art car is now in the GT3 field. Was in P2, now in the pits. And yeah, the leader in the GT3 slowdown. And we got here another slowdown, which yeah, relegates him a place. Or cost him a place. But also the car behind has a slowdown. That's quite funny. But he's far away from them. There's Mr. John Rice. We got a crash. Oh no! Mr. Kuchi-san into the barriers, and also a car behind. Cars blinking all over the place. Oh, that's not so good. And also that position to get back on track, quite tricky. Let's see how he does it. Or does he tow? Okay, it seems, yeah, there are more than one problem. And he's ghosting out. So there was some problem with connection, maybe, because one car blinked, the other didn't. So I don't know. But yeah. Ooh, hopefully this is not a problem of the evening in Europe, that the neighbors are starting to watch some streaming services, and that kills the connection for some of the drivers. Or maybe it's us, so we are back after a quick check of the Technic. Did you mute me? We are live again here at Le Mans at Circuit de la Sarthe here at the Majors 24, presented of course by SRS the Sim Racing Stewards. If you have stewarding needs, go to simracingstewards.com, and we are seeing here Raul on track, and there is Mr. Piendl, whatever it is. Okay, we go back to this battle I hear. P4, Raul Pelicero, Selite Sports, and Robert Cast from the United States in the GT Dynamics car going over the line. So it's a battle for the podium at the moment in the GT3 class. 4 hours have already gone by, also here in the commentary booth. And we are seeing great battles all over the field. And also in the LMP2 class is some stuff going on. Battle for P4, João Cardoso for Arete Esports 84. Basically, it's a 3-car battle because they get a little bit of tow ahead, so it helps Mr. Daniel Atanasov. So nice try to defend there, but that was not enough. As for some people, the world is not enough, but in the end, it is still a long race. And around P2 in the GT3 class, the Draco Racing Team car, the Porsche, looks far more bigger than these tiny flimsy cars from the Endurance Enjoys. So, Mr. Moriarty, Sean Moriarty, US driver. What was that for a move? It was very interesting. So, I think cut and dry penalty for Arnav Singh. Inter Racing Team Black. That was a little bit weird. Also, the GT3 is wondering where did that came from. Yeah, he decided late, and then I don't know. That's just some harsh driving here, and a shame for P21 spinning there. Yeah, the GT3 of course is lucky, so it's always the sad part if you kill one, but if you're totally not having anything to do with them, it's even worse. And Sean Moriarty joins the track and does not go into the pits. But into the pits go P2, P3, and P4 and P5 in the hypercar class, and we're seeing the battle right here with Corey Allen for Alpha Esports. And Robin Mars through the last corners of the Porsche corners and into the Corvette corner. There's some slight slower car in front. The what is it? Number 20? Is it? Yeah, no. Whatever it is, but no, it's a 4-5 of Klaus Krüll, who is the Neon Knights Racing car, the leader of the LMP2s. But he did lose some time there. I wonder why. They closed down pretty fast. But better slow down a little bit before you crash. So, but you still got this battle and a big dive here. And Klaus Krüll is now in P2. And Robin Maas takes the lead in LMP2, or does he? Yes, he does. Corey Allen behind him is thinking maybe, yeah, do your stuff. I follow you. And yeah, but yeah, it is slow what Mr. Krüll is doing here. So maybe also slight damage on his car, or he needs to fuel save to make the stint plan. Whatever it is, he's not going so fast as he did before. GT3 up ahead, the 301. It's the leader of GT3s, the Automoves Racing car. While the sun is slowly setting here in southern France. And there's the slowdown for the GT3. Of course, if you look into your mirror, you get a little bit nervous, but it is a 17-second lead in front of the Draco Racing team in the GT3s. So no big issue. GTP also in the mix, and Corey Allen gets some slipstream at least, which takes him out of the potential attack. I thought so, but there's a slowdown for him in the dirty air of the hypercar, and he has to leave the Neon Knights car back in front. Or does he? No, slowdown is gone. Side by side into Mulsanne corner. Yeah, and there's the cone, but all fine. That did work, so no slowdown on top for either one of those. And Klaus Krüll back in P2 with, oh, some faster traffic showing up in the mirrors. So Klaus is defending that at the moment, and if he is lucky, the hypercar will move in front of them and give him a little bit of slipstream again. Yeah, that could work perfectly for him. So he can hold on to P2. We take a look at Mr. Bass, Ethan, which team colleague Scott was here, and a snap oversteer, hard impact into the barriers. And yeah, under normal conditions that could have been a safety car, but he yeah, he can at least still move. Or does he tow? No, he tries to turn the car around, traction control off, and off he goes after a quick spin. That's always the best way to do it. So every iRacer, please put on your toggle for the traction control. Mikolaj Kornichuk with a slight moment there, but catched it. And he is the leader of the GT3s. So you can see the Porsche can be quite troublesome at times. But it's also fast. So better hold on to your socks when you go through that Porsche corners. Ignas Winchesevskis, I tried it now for Vulcan Motorsport Orange. Still in the fight with Robert Northway for the Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation team. At least still in the top 10. But Ignas, as friendly as he looks in his picture, he won't be so friendly if he wants to take the position, and he tries to with the GT3. Also, very close. And always mind the gap, always mind the net code, which can happen occasionally. But both go by without any damage or contact with the GT3. Through Tête Rouge, and off they go. Back to Mr. Krüll. Okay, back to they fighting again. So let's have a look. Back into the slipstream. There's still a GT3 up ahead. Could be the impulse car in the GT3 class. But this time Robert Northway has to back out. And so P10 is lost, at least at the moment. Oh, and guys, it's lap 69. Nice. Sorry for the millennial jokes here. So here's Klaus Krüll. And oh, that could be very, very spicy here into the Indy corner. João Cardoso also in P4 in the mix and wants to be on the podium. Goes round the outside. And at the moment, he's in P3 with that nice move through Indy and into an Ash. And it's a nice gap to the GT3, so all works out perfectly for them. So the 207 stays in front in P2, and the car number 2 now in P3 on the podium step in the LMP2 class, the Arete Esports 84. So we are back into the GT3 class. And that's a very tough battle because they want to fight for position, but they also have to check the mirrors. Again here at the Indy corner. Igor Pires, Lemax Motorsport. Through Anash, checking the mirrors. Can he pull out? Should he? Yeah, that's the right moment for the LMP2 to go by. The 532 sweeps around the outside. So we have Julian Goodichon off track, but catched it also again. Approaching Anash, you want to make it wide there, but that was a little bit too wide, but yeah, without any problems. Manuel Pinol now back. Oh no, the Aero Esports car with a huge hit front and back. At least it was the yeah, not so hard barrier there, but still the rear wing is on. That's a good sign. But still the car is yeah, very much damaged. I think they still have their fast repair, so the German driver has to try to go back to the pits. Oh, that looks very, very pot racing here. Corey Allen in the slipstream. And João Cardoso. Okay, what is going on here? So many cars. Yeah, it is the Arete Esports car taking P2. I wasn't quite sure, but he took the advantage of the Hypercars draft again. and is now up to P2. So fast driver in the car right now, in the Arete car. So it's still 4.6 seconds, and we got another crash by Manuel on his way back to the pits. Uh-oh. Yeah, he tried to stay out of the way. It was offline. And yeah, from in German we say vom Regen in die Traufe. So yeah, he got slightly wet and now he's standing in the middle of a pouring rain after that spin, but he made it work. And yeah, he did make it work to leave that area without crashing anyone else and spun again. So the car must be really, really, really broken. But now it's really not far to the pits. Or does he tow? I don't know. He's hanging on. He's hanging on. There he is in the live picture. Applause for Manuel that he makes it back to the pits. There he is. Rolling. Oh, but that would have been maybe a bad spot to be in if he was 2 or 3 seconds up ahead the road when the faster cars coming in here. The Endurance Enjoyers also in P5 with a slowdown. Endurance Enjoyers with a meatball flag. What is going on there? They entered pit lane. There must have something happened. I hopefully not with It is with Manuel. It is with Manuel. Oh no, Manuel couldn't take the pit entry maybe correctly. And then Daniel Atanasov did hit him. Let's see what happened. Yeah, oh no! Oh no, what a moment, what a disaster for the Endurance Enjoyers running in P5 with potential podium. It was like Manuel was braking and then the car turned hard to the left. Or maybe it was his base disconnecting. Yeah, that's just disastrous. For Samu Martinez, it's very, very bad. Or, yeah, maybe they changed the driver already. Yeah, they did. I mean, lucky for them, it was right before the pit entry with that crash. They took the fast repair and off they go. They're still in P2, have a 6-second gap. So, yeah, could have been worse, but it's not what they wanted to lose that fast repair after 4.5 hours into the race. The night is waiting for them, for all these drivers, and it is yeah, a monstrous task to drive here by night, lap after lap, stint after stint, and to be safe and to be fast. So yeah, but big crash, big moment. Glad we catch that, and yeah, could show that to you because it's also a great learning experience for everyone. That stuff can happen out of nowhere, and of course it was not Manuel's intention to do anything of that, any of the spins before, or yeah, spinning again while braking for the pit entry. Sad times, but at least João Cardoso is on his way. Oh, yeah, I mixed something up again, but yeah. It's a long time now we are here on the broadcast. So of course the Endurance Enjoyers are not in P2, which I talked about. Whatever. So Edward Hope maybe can make up a little bit more of room. It's around 15 seconds ahead. The next car in his class. And at the moment, it's the sea got calm. So we got some gaps here and there. And it looks like no direct battles are at the moment on track. So I'm wondering when the next pit stops will come in. Robin Maas leading for Project Sync Racing Team, followed by João Cardoso in P2, so the number 2 car in P2. We saw that. We saw him overtaking Corey Allen in P3 in the LMP2 for the Alpha Esports team. In the GT3s, we got Mikolaj Konchuk in P1 with the 301 having a slight moment a few minutes ago. Arturo Melo Vignal, number 33 in P2 for the Drago Racing team. And there is P3, so not so far down the road. Raul Pellicero, the Spaniard, in the Zenit Esports car. Also struggling there through the Porsche corners, but just scrapping off some of the blue paint there. So nothing to worry about at the moment. And there's Manuel racing again. Took also the fast repair. So let's see. And I see that Team Nishiken has a black flag. So yeah, for one of the escapades, they got a black flag by the stewards. Of course, that puts them down again. But we are here at a close battle between William Valzelli for Eternity Motorsports against Amitrai Ghosh for the Kronos GG car. So the Italian tries to close the gap in the slipstream. You can see the sun is going down. And that's looking very promising, and he's trying, he's going for it. And of course there's also no chance to defend that at that point. And one position gain, P11 for the Eternity Motorsports car in the hypercar class. Alex Esser, P6 in the GT3s. Closing in on... No, he's P5. No, he's P6, okay. P5 is the Lemax Motorsport car with Igor Pires on the wheel. The Brazilian. Some easy traffic there on the straight. It's the closest battle on the track at the moment. So let's see what they are doing into the Mulsanne corner. It's pretty close. Hopefully no crashes. Nope. Oh, and the black flag, of course, was for the Michigan team for that incident which we had here at the Mulsanne corner, where they struck the rear of the car in front and sent them into the barriers. So that was I thinking about what could happen here in this battle, but it looks all fair at the moment. But a mistake can always happen, especially when you're so close together. Either the car in front gets nervous or the car behind gets too eager. Here for Anash. Trying to set up a little bit of a move, or at least to scare him. We're riding on board with Alex Esser. And we got another crash for Aaron Avena. He did catch it into the gravel, but no! Another spin. But hopefully that's not all of it. So now tame the car, easy on the throttle. You have dirty tires and also overheated tires, and away he goes. The number 69, the magic arrow, the leader, the overall leader, nearly with a disastrous moment here. Through the gravel to near spins. Here's Arjun. Whoop! Going for that barrier. Yeah, he hit the wall a little bit. Let's check that out again, but with no damage. So yeah, was quite close. So iRacing Collision System says, yeah, it's okay. we can live with that. And I see another slowdown for the GT3 leader and a black flag for Target Racing, who are in P4 in the LMP2 class. The 833. Now with a black flag, so Christian de Almeida has to go through the pits for a drive-through. And even Ostrovsky for the Phantom TF competition, now in a battle with the car up ahead, and we know that car. The Arete Esports 83, the GT3 car. Where we also had Pitt from the team in the interview, and now he is in the car. Too wide with more faster traffic approaching, and he can't defend it. And better stay safe because they don't have a fast repair anymore. Another replay coming up in a short while. I hear of another crash. And here they go. Yeah, that works. So another traffic situation here, and we are with Dominic Kram from Instinct Racing. Ah, now we're back. At least the cars are not blinking. So Ivan Ostrovsky with a slight moment, but he is safe. So many pit stops now in the LMP2 class. I guess Arete will come out in the lead again, and we see that I think the switch of position is final here in the top 10 of the GT3s. So there's Mr. Perez. What was that? Oh, I think a hardware issue. I think a hardware issue that could be like something like VR is going off or a freeze frame. And that's good for the car behind that he catch that and he stops his car right there. So no one else is hurt, but of course he has to take the tow. Yeah, not good for them, for the team, but what can he do when some technical error is showing up mid-race? I mean, I this week I already heard about someone that his cat did jump into his lap while racing in a sim rig. So that could also happen. You never know. Or I did drive an endurance race. It was 12 hours of Suzuka, and then a driver who should make the next stint. You heard his wife crying on his his microphone in the background. She fell from a ladder and broke her leg. So you never know what happens at home. That's maybe the only advantage you have when being a real life racing driver. Nobody can pull you out of the car because something in the house breaks down or something like that. Or you have to take care of the people you love. You never know. So, William Valcelli in P10, closing the gap to the car in front, P9. So the next battle, we are switching to Edward Hope because he has also something going on. Dominic Fekete, now in the Magic Era, the 69 car, who was the leader, pitted early again. And that's also a thing to consider. Not only the battles, not only the pit stops, but does every driver reach fair share? So better get that out of the way early. And there is Nick Mercer now in P3 for the Hyperion racing car. Still it shows the 5 on the car, but actually he's in P3 and was the car who did get the first of all black flags. Mitchell Green against Edward Hope. I mean, as I said before, P5 could be good later on for a podium if anything happens in the front. I mean, just remember the real-life Nürburgring race with the exit of Team Verstappen handing the race win over just 4 hours before the finish. Something like that always can happen. So at least in P5 you're in a good position, or like Robert Northway in P4, but he is trying to get back to P3 with the battle to the car in front. Oh, he is already back in P3 because some car pitted. The DVR-X SimCoach team is in the pits. And Zhao is fighting for his life with these older tires. And here comes Mr. Northway through the inside. No, he backs out of this. Was too risky, but I think if he gets a good exit out of Tetre Rouge, which he doesn't, he could have made a good run there. But the car behind did get a slowdown, so it's also not so bad. And we are here with Samu Martinez for the Endurance Enjoys, who did have that big crash here at that same spot right before the pit entry. They were in a good position, but now they're back to P11. So, yeah. They have to do it all again to race to the front. So, João Cardoso now in front in the slipstream. We've seen it already. There's the battle. Maybe up ahead into Mulsanne corner. If Mr. Northway is getting a good run for the Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation car. Oh, there's some backflashing from the P2 in the GT3s. And we have a battle for P9. Alexander Drake in P10 at the moment. Right in the middle here, and he spins and takes the car behind with him, the P11 car, the DVR-X SimCoach race car, which was right in the pits, right last lap. Oh no, oh no, don't tell me it's the Endurance Enjoyers again. Getting struck here by a spinning car. But It seems no damage at the front. We go to Ethan Bass, the Scotsman. Ah, with a snap on the straight, and he misses the barriers at least. But now has to try to, yeah, get back into the right direction. Waits for the traffic, turns his wheel, makes a little bit of an Austin Powers impersonator, and is still waiting for traffic, and there he goes. Yeah, but that's the point. He's calm. He takes the time to look at the relatives, so nothing bad happens out of this. And we see here in the slow-mo the endurance enjoyers, and there is the spin because he completely misses. And then he was thinking like, yeah, can I go right? No, you can't. But there was nothing else to do for Samu Martinez, just to slow down his car and make the impact as less as he can. And hopefully he did, because the fast repair is done and gone. Alexander Drake through the got another crash, it seems. Oh yeah, unstable car. Oh, I know what happened here. Either the base gave up, or he's totally angry because he missed to enter the pits. No, he did reset the wheel. You could see the front wheel was 90 degrees left, basically. So it was a full left side lock of the wheel, which indicates a disconnect of the wheelbase. So yeah, that was it. We're back with Robert Northway. Robert Northway now in P2, it seems. Yeah, they changed positions already. So Robert Northway did overtake João Cardoso for P2 in the LMP2 category. But is that enough? Will there be another attempt? Defense line was there a little bit, but João Cardoso is through. How did he manage that? That was also weird, but we're seeing it. We're seeing it again. He gets out of the... Did he have a slowdown maybe? Oh, he wanted to leave him by. I don't know. But it doesn't matter because there was no contact, there was no crash. All fine and dandy. And yeah, there they go. The Kiwi Sim Racing Speed Nation team is in P3 again. So, Battle GT... Whoa, what is going on there? Little jump scare there in the first chicane of Walter Mendes. Renova competition. GTP. Whatever happened there? No. We can't get a replay, folks. Maybe we can get an onboard of Hugo. Maybe then we can have a clearer picture of what happened in front of them. Yeah, there we go. And oh, yeah, he spun onto the track, but everyone else got by that. So hit the brakes hard, locked the tires, slided halfway onto the track. But of course, a little bit scary if you're running for a podium spot in the GT3s when the hypercar spins in there. And I'm still wondering that at the top of our screen, the Kiwi Sim Racing team is leading, and also the Magic Arrow, and also the GT Dynamics. That's also weird. But yeah, as David and I said in the last break, we can just work with what we have And if yeah, we have some technical issues, we'll work around that and bring you the best we can for the last 1 hour and 14 minutes or 15 minutes until we close the stream until tomorrow at German time 9 a.m. and whatever the time is for you. I think GMT is 2 hours earlier, so it would be I'm confused. So 7 a.m. GMT should it be. So please convert it to your local times. Oh. But I'm sure there's a graphic in the end. I would assume. No promises. I assume no promises. But as you can see also on the track map, there's much stuff going on between different classes. There are battles going on in class, like here for P5 and P6. Again, next to each other. The British driver in P6, Daniel Sosby. The Wrong Stuff Black is the team. And we see many cars in the pits, and we got another crash by Matt Baker for Echelon SimSport GTP. There is he looking happy in his picture, and can still be happy because it was just a ride through the scenic route in the Indy corner through the gravel. So Alexander Suntsov for Lumen Motorsports Pulse in the battle with William Valselli, and there's traffic coming up. So battle discontinued at the moment. But if I'm not mistaken, I think the Impulse Racing by Walter Art car has improved very much, because the McLaren is now in P4 in the GT3 class, which I'm happy about. But of course, everyone picks their favorite here or have some connections to some of the teams. And I wonder why the Neon Knights car is so far back at the moment. Like 16 seconds behind the leader Arete Esports in the LMP2 class. But must be, not must be the water, must be the pit stops. Or they're just slow. So we got Empire Racing Vanilla with a slowdown. So yeah, maybe losing some time and position here. Yeah, Madeline McGee for Team Max Boost also with a slowdown. But it's gone already before she reaches Tetre Rouge. Oh yeah, that's a big off track. But he catches it. All good, fine. No spectators harmed at that corner. Some people remember. Mr. Mer... You confuse me because you say Mr. Mercer and we are the Oscari. So there was an off track in front of Oscari, it seems, giving some gravel back to the track, so not into his natural habitat. Yeah, David, we get all tired. You are on the wrong car. It was that's Mr. Mercer. Yeah, there he goes. So we saw that. Oh, whoa. That's why he got into the gravel. Okay. Stuffy stuff, body 444. Yeah, Dave. Yeah, David, don't worry. SDK is sometimes weird. Greetings to the SDK guys. So, Alex Esser, again, now closing the gap again after his slowdown. He's listed as P5. Oh, is that the Impulse car in front? Yes, it is, because it had the pit stop, so the numbers on the car will change very soon. So the Impulse car is in P4, and the car behind is not in P7 but in P5. But we will see it on the LED board. But there's dangerous traffic coming in, like the White Shark from Jaws closing in. Just add the music in your head. Because that's always very, very dangerous here in these corners. Especially here, if somebody doesn't check their mirrors. Oh, is there the attack? No, he stays behind. Mr. Esser is calm enough to not try something fancy here. So now the numbers on the car also changed to 4 and 5. We could see it even live here. Very nice. And that's very tight battle. And you remember, the Impulse car was always around P11, 12, 13, whatever. But now they're in contention of podium. They're still 14 seconds behind the leader and 9 seconds behind Zenith Esports in P3 in the Acura. But in the end, if they make it, maybe a podium for the mixed team with German heritage is in the grabs. But Alex Esser also has a talk into that because, yeah, the Empire Racing Vanilla is on their tail and yeah, did show himself into the mirrors, and there's already the flashing, so maybe he's setting up an overtake. But there's Robert Cast with a weird moment, maybe also connection issues, wheel issues, VR issues. Looks more like VR stuff because the wheel keeps straight, so that is really bad for the GT car. And there is now Alex again at it. Does he stay behind? I don't know. At least he moves to the side and, yeah, takes the position at the moment. So we got McLaren against McLaren. Or is it McLaren? It's a German thing from German F1 television. People saying it wrong. A very close racing here after, yeah, nearly 5 hours. So we have more of that coming up. And I guess the guys in the booth have much stuff to do with the stewarding over, I don't know, what do we have? 14 splits? Please correct me. 18. It was 18 splits. Yeah. Thank you. So there we are with Rotbe Kokipe. So the Finnish driver. And also a battle for the 5th place. Or is it? Is it? Yeah. Phantom TF Competition and Automovers Racing Arcade. And also, I would say the Ferrari of Zero Grip is coming closer and closer. So maybe we have a 3-way dance very shortly. So let's see if the Porsche will attack the Acura here. The 301 it is. Who was the leader at some time here in the race. Mr. Lovrich. Huh? Okay. With nearly 1 hour to go, we are just riding along, and you can watch some onboards with the sound of the cars and don't have to endure me in this big endurance race. See you later. big moment, big sideways. He's driving it like a boat. He was in P2, but not anymore. That's very, very unfortunate, of course. There must have been a contact or a crash. There is he going straight? Was he already wiggling? Oh, he's going straight, and then what happens? Uh-oh. Oh no! He moved over. I bet he just saw one car in the mirror, then he moved over. So the 29 car of Raul Pellicero. He was in P2 in the GT3s, and yeah, that's it for him. Yeah, he moved a little bit to the right to catch Slipstream. I'm 100% sure he wasn't so focused and didn't realize that there are two cars behind of a faster class. Yeah, that's very scary, and we are back with that moment here at the Majors 24-hour race in the third split with just 18 hours and 57 minutes to go, and 57 minutes is the word in the moment, because it's just 57 minutes until we close down the stream when the sun is down here at Le Mans. So William Hope is still trying to catch some light here behind the car in P. Oh, I misjudged. It's P7 against P6. So Kostek Solovi, the Polish driver, is now claiming P6. So he got up ahead, GT3 down the road to overtake, and William Hope relegated to P7. But as we have seen, if a car really crashes out like that and maybe takes another one with it, there's nothing lost at this stage, and you have to go clean through the night to have the best opportunity in the morning to make an unforgettable race to an even better place to be when you catch a coin in the podium spots here in the Majors series, in the Majors 24. Nick Mercer in P5. The 444 car didn't get impact. We saw that before our break here. But at the moment, Lukasz Sipula for Paddock GT is in P4. Oh, slow down. That's not so good, and also some traffic there. Still pushes through. And away the slowdown is before he reaches the area of Tetra Rouge. Ah, that was close. The right wheel stay on the curb. That's good enough for iRacing. Matt Loveridge here in a GT3 getting overtaken, but still fighting for position. It's P4, it's the Phantom TF competition. Yeah, the crash did, of course, put them all one place ahead. The crash we have seen before, a couple of minutes ago. So let's see what happened here with Alex Smith. Oh no, P8 is gone. But at least no impact, no crash with damage. Time lost, away we go. Back on track racing. And hopefully he can shake that off. Not make the same mistake again. So Matt Loveridge, big in the mirrors, big in France, big in the mirrors here of the car in front. And now is the question where he can set up a move. Maybe a surprise move into the Porsche corners. But that would be, yeah, not so smart. So battles also in Anache for the hypercars, but here we are back with our two GT3s fighting for the 4th position. While the sun is setting here in southern France at this great iconic circuit. If you can't get enough, you can also check out the streams of Split 1, 2, and 4. And we got Alex. Yeah, commentator's curse, I'm sorry. And he spins it. Oh, yeah. He had a slight moment with the gravel, and then the car behind didn't bother to slow down a little and catch his rear, or maybe he couldn't. But that's huge damage on the rear end of Mr. Smith. Back to Loveridge, who is still hunting down the car in front of Phantom Acura. But this can go on and on for lap after lap, and even if he overtakes him, there will be a counter overtake maybe. So why not stay behind him and save some fuel? Tires. So there was Huge Haycox and Ethan Bass in battle. So they yeah, had a good start of the race, but some issues. And now Ethan Bass is down to P18. The Logitech G ODBM Mercury team. But at least the fun is still in there. The fun for racing and the need for speed. But here it does look like he can't quite catch up with him. Now getting the Slipstream Hero bonus, +1. We are back to Mr. Loveridge. Very prominent figure in the last couple of minutes. Because he's very close to P4. We all waiting for him setting up a move to gain that place. Now check mirrors. They're going into the middle again of the track because of the curvature of the racetrack. It helps the GT3 cars. We talked about that in the early hour of this broadcast. So the flow of air under the car is better in the middle because it is closer there to the track surface. But that sometimes causes issues, as we have seen with the lapping of faster cars. And Loveridge, yeah, is still very, very close. Closest battle on track right at the moment. Let's see what Parker Harris is doing. Inter Racing Team Black. Ah, hitting the curb a little bit wrong. That's not a good spot to be. With the 1 and 4. And yeah, that... Yeah. It's not dial M for murder, but yeah, it was pretty close there. So I could assume that the team of DPR Racing is filing a complaint for that. So maybe something the stewards have to look into. For not holding the brakes there. But at least nobody crashed. So maybe it will be a warning. There we are with Ethan Bass again. Moved up 2 positions until we last saw him a couple of minutes ago. So from P18 to P16. Maybe because of some fuel stops, but yeah, places gained are places gained. So why not take them if you can? Also, we talked about we have some other pit cycles, and it's a very, very close battle at the moment. It's now the closest we have. Is he making up the move? Nope. But he shows himself into the mirror to intimidate a little bit. So we got another moment here. Maybe at an arch for these for this LMP2 big spin for the 52 Julien Gunichon, the French driver here in France. So his home race, but yeah, he can continue. So no damage here through the Porsche corners. And we have Dominic Kram from Germany, Instinct Racing 922. Closest battle on track right now, behind Pedro Vargas. NGC by Rubisgas. Oh, late move here. Slight overlap, but yeah. The AMG leaves the steering open, so Pedro Vargas is saying, no, I don't fall for that. You can move ahead. Magic Arrow, the overall leader in the pit lane, and we see the battle for P4. Some faster traffic behind, already flashing, because, oh, it seems like he's pushing him. That's what would Mr. Loveridge, we have seen him many times now in the last couple of minutes, and I thought like, yeah, he doesn't even want to overtake, but save fuel, and it now seems that he pushed the car in front. Yeah, smart move, so they both get closer to the cars in front, which is the Impulse Racing by Walter Art car, which is just 3 seconds ahead. So maybe this helps to catch the podium runners. Very tight here in the dirty air. Picking up some grass here and there, but that's quite okay. Very stable, the Porsche here, with the setup they choose. It's always a good thing in an endurance race. I mean, you can have it as snappy and dangerous as you want and as fast as you want, but that doesn't help you if you have 3-4 fast laps and then crash. Also, there's some big smoke there in the last chicane, but looks all clear. Yeah, it was from the gravel pit here on the outside of the last corner. So, are they closing? Yes, they are. It's just now under 3 seconds the gap. And there are more LMP2s in the pits, so there are changes of the lead coming up. I think the Lumen Motorsports car now LMP2 in the lead. Oh, that was a weird moment of the Acura. Oh, and a weird moment of Matt Loveridge. Maximizing the track where no track is anymore there. And it doesn't even cool the tires anymore. And of course the closest battle we have at the moment. So yeah, quick reminder to everyone who is in Split 3, if you want to do an interview in the lasting 40 minutes of this broadcast, just hop into the broadcast interview waiting room for Split 3, the waiting for interview Split 3 room, and then I pick you up and maybe shoot me a message so I don't miss it. So everyone in Split 3, just join into the waiting for interview Split 3 room in the Discord, and I will pick you up for a little interview about your race, your team, or what do you want to talk about. Maybe sim racing related. We have Pedro Vargas, which we have seen battling before. And this time it ends in disaster. Full frontal impact into the barriers, not even into the tires, but in the very, very unforgiving barriers there. I don't know if its wheel is crooked, but maybe it is. But at least it will be some repairs. And yeah, down from P9. And there's again Mr. Loveridge pushing him here, pushing the car in front as much as he can to close the gap to the cars in front. I'm a fox. I know my sim racing. I'm going very wide here for the entry into Anache. With the camera behind or under the grille of the Porsche. Now closing the gap again, but keeping respectful distance for the turn-in for the Porsche corner. And also getting, yeah, slightly out of the air, of the dirty air. That's very smart. And you can see the ref lights. He's modulating with this throttle through the corners. Wow, where did he came from? glad he checked his mirrors. But yeah, scary moment again. But it's all about the scary moments in the Porsche corners and how to avoid, yeah, getting the exorcism out of your car. Nick Mercer on the straights, being followed by fellow competitor Lukasz Sipula again, the Polish driver for Paddock GG. And we got also the battle for the 5th place. Robert Northway for the Kiwi Sim Racing team. And right behind him, Luca Tingard, the Danish driver for Neon Knights Racing, who did lead the race at some moments. Both cars did that in the 4.5 hours. Oh no, Mr. Haycox, what are you doing? Hand over your license, boy. I don't know. Yeah, it's a bad sport for a rejoin, but yeah, maybe he thought he could handle that on the outside on the dirt, but he spun halfway to the inside. Yeah, he did not do it on purpose, but that was very, very bad for Mr. Erwin Woodstra, the driver from the Netherlands. I did hear... Oh no! Was there a contact? I'm not... Yeah, okay. I was not quite sure. Maybe also some netcode pulled him into that. Oh, it's also a slower class car, of course. Yeah, it's on the GT3. No doubt about it. Even if the GT3 wants to turn for the corner, he can't if another car is there. Yeah, 2 cars, 1 piece of asphalt, that doesn't work. And that's on the GT3 in this case. Oh, too many replays and cars are starting blinking again. So Cone, Garrett's, and there we are back with Lukasz and Nick. So Poland versus America, the United States. At least here on a racetrack, if not at the FIFA World Cup. But we got it here in iRacing at the majors. We show you again the highlights, the closest battle on track. GT3 up the road. Maybe one left, one right, like, no, they go both on one side. I thought we get here a classic Spa moment. Like Häkkinen and Schumacher back in the day. Older folks remember. Oh, that's good. We got some pit stop stuff up there. So as we can see, there are several different strategies. If you look at Mr. Fekete here, their team always go 11 laps, except in the beginning, because also of the safety car. And yeah, but there are some cars going always 12. So yeah, the leading cars saving some fuel there. That's LMP2s here. What is that? A 22 lap stint? That must be wrong. Or maybe it is the double stint of one driver. Could that be? At least it's weird. So Mr. Cardoso, the team of them, yeah, you can see it's. They also had trouble. They also had contact. You can see that right away. Mr. Garrett's there. Their team always going the 10 laps route. And yeah, maybe sometimes there are drivers who can, yeah, max out one more lap. But as you can see here, it's mostly 13 laps in the GT3s with these cars. And the 14 comes from the safety car process. So yeah, that looks fine to me and very, very based here with the 13 lap pit window. And 13 laps with the lap time of slightly under 4 minutes. Yeah. So we have a basically 1 hour stint there, which is easy to manage as a team manager with your crew. We're here with Lukasz again, followed by Nick, P2 and P3 on the hypercar grid. And they're both 26 seconds behind Vulcan Motorsports, who have a significant gap over the rest of the field. But also Magic Arrow did have that, and they are now back in P7. So we're back with Matt Loveridge, of course. Let's see if we see some touching here as we approach the night. On the back straight. And I think, yes, they have reached the impulse car. So P3 is in the grabs now. It's just under 1 second gap to P3 at the moment. And there is the push again. And there is the P3 car. They will not be happy about that, I'm sure. Another incident, Alexander Drake. They already had a big moment. We remember another spin in the Corvette corner. But unlike famous actor Mr. Fassbender, he did not slam into the concrete wall there, like a couple of years ago. Luca Thingard, nice sunglasses, but doesn't work for him in Mulsanne corner. Big lockup, big spin, and safe rejoin here back to the racing of the 445. Yeah, we're now in a three-way dance here for the third place. The Impulse Racing by Walter car in P3. Behind them, the Phantom TF Competition, the Acura, and yeah, one backs out of it and goes into the pits. Oh no. At least we see that Rope stayed in front in P3. And we are... Do we make a short break? I don't know. Fix things up again? It worked very, very long now. Yeah, we make a slight break. We are back as fast as we can. Stay tuned in Split 3. We are back here at track. I would say ringside, when we see how they are fighting here for their positions. Lukas Cipula now in P2. And in P1, Nick Mercer in the hypercars, because there were some pit stops going on and they go longer and now have the advantage of the lead in the hypercar class, 15 seconds ahead in front of P3 here in Split 3 of the Majors 24. And on the other hand, where we left the broadcast for a little while, Impulse Racing in the GT3 is now in P2, but Phantom TF Competition did overtake them. But oh, here we have some trouble. for that's P4 in the GT3, the Draco Porsche. Oh, one outside, one inside. That's dangerous in that corner. But it worked in the end. So the 444 goes around and now will have the number 1 on his car. As he does in the tower. 28 minutes remaining in this broadcast. If you want to join in from Split 3, do it fast and we can have a little chat before we end the streaming for tonight. We will be back tomorrow with the last 6 hours of this race in Split 3. There we have him. Impulse Racing by Walter Art, the Finnish driver Rope here. Right behind the leader, Ivan Ostrovsky for Phantom TF competition. And yeah, there's now pushing going on here. So yeah, they have learned from their competitors behind how to do it. And yeah, if they can establish a good gap, who knows where they will end up after the next round of pit stops. We have set 13 laps it is. So will be soon, and at the moment they have a 58-second gap in front of P3 Draco Racing, the red Porsche we have seen just a couple of minutes ago in the Corvette corner, getting overtaken outside and inside by the faster traffic. So save some fuel here, Rope, and make Mr. Stefan Walter proud as he designed a delivery of this car. And as I told you, check out Walter Art via Google. He has an Etsy store with great hand-drawn pictures. He also has a Twitch channel where he draws the cars live for you, and you can also contract him to drive your livery and car. So yeah, better check Walter Art out in the World Wide Web. Mr. Drake with an incident again. The number 20 car, big sideway, and then into the spin. Yeah, wheels are more for the garbage truck after these spins. So hopefully they make it through the stint. Oh, I see lights are on here. So the sun is really going down fast now. Safety car, safety car, safety car, dear ladies and gentlemen.
Safety car, safety car, safety car. Reminder, pit lane remains open.
So pit lane open.
Maintain race pace, no overtaking cars in class.
Huge
overtake
for
other
the
cars.
GT3s.
After the pit cycle sorts out, we'll see who the leader comes out as, and that'll be our pace car.
Okay, or something doesn't work anymore. That's bad. That's sad. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. So many cars dive into the pits. That's very interesting. Maybe crucial to what will happen in the night. Very entertaining stuff. P4 also in the hypercars coming in. P5 also. Yeah, there's much traffic in the pits. I just wonder if yeah, that's what I assumed. Even Ostrovsky, P1 in GT3 and P2 in GT3 did go by and did not pit under safety car. They could have, but they didn't, which I just can understand. They just made it by the pit entry, and then the safety car was called out. but also Drago did not pit P3 in the GT3s.
444, you are the leader. Please engage pit limiter and slow to pace speed.
So maybe, or maybe they wait for.
All cars, please be aware of slowing cars coming into
now?
Dunlop. Everybody else, please continue pacing speed until
So
you catch
we,
the back of the queue coming through, or race speed, excuse me,
The race
until
leader
you catch
is
the back of the queue that's
identified.
coming through
It's
Dunlop
the
right now.
444 by Mr. Mercer. He's now under pit speed and already like the red catcher of Hameln here in Germany from the famous fairy tale did catch
A reminder,
a queue
pit lane
of
is
cars.
open. Pit lane is open and will remain open the entire time.
So I'm wondering what the GT3s are doing now, because they can still pace. They can pace very fast and they're driving very, very fast. And now they will be getting angry because they can still race at a good pace, but they have a faster class car in front of them, which is going slow. It's the number 99 of Cone Garrett's, I can tell you. I know what we are seeing on stream, but I'm checking it out on the on my personal iRacing stuffy, because I find that very interesting right now. So they are, yeah, right in the middle of nowhere. So it could be a great moment. Yeah, some more cars dive into the pits, but it could be race defining for the GT3 class right now, because they could pit, come out, and join the queue. What do? They go both into the pits.
Just letting the field sort out, and then we will be commencing
Because the
the
field is
first
now
wave
at the
by,
Mulsanne
which will be
straight,
for trapped cars between the leader safety
so it
car
doesn't matter.
and their class leader. So there'll be no GTP
The
wave bys,
Mulsanne corner, sorry.
but we will have some GT3 and LMP2 wave bys.
So I wonder if the pit exit is now open, but it should be, right? Oh, I just got the info that race control is prioritized. Race control is number one. Okay.
Please everybody pace to the right side of the track, and we will be doing wave bys to the left. Please follow directions as your car is called in your chat, your text chat.
So wave arounds are starting. While, oh, great. The change of lead in the GT3s, because the McLaren
Everyone,
of
please be watching your
Impulse
text
did,
chat for your wave by command.
pit just 1 second faster than the Acura.
There is a
And now
fairly
they are
large
back
amount of
into
them,
the
so
lead, and then
everybody stay
behind
to the right
safety
that it's
car.
not wave by.
That's entertaining. Oh. And there was again the race control. Sorry, I got carried away, but by that. Okay, so I don't have to worry about more of the race control.
Just follow the
stuffy.
command and stay behind the car that you've got wave by. We will be doing a class sort.
So many wave bys at the moment. Wait for it. Yeah, quick break, then we are back with the final 15 minutes of this broadcast. just a couple of minutes left in this broadcast, and we see that Heikki Schäfer is now in the lead of the GT3s with a perfect usage of the safety car process. They pushed on for a lap the Phantom TF competition and the Impulse Racing by Walter Art car. And yeah, in the pits, he did change position with the leader, the Acura. And yeah, now they are in the queue because we are got the big queue behind the safety car here in split 3. That means still sorting out is going on, heating the tires is going on, and hopefully we will see the restart in this broadcast before we call it a day for the night here in split 3 for the majors 24 hours. So let's check out the leaders. We got Hyperion Racing in the hypercars. There he is. So it was also lucky for him to be in that position when the safety car was called out. And Arete Esports 84 is your leader of the LMP2 classes. Lukas Sipula P2, as we have seen in the hypercars, and there he is, João Cardoso P1 in the LMP2s. And yeah, we talked about the GT3s when we came back. Jake Shuri here at P2. So that could be very interesting later on, also with Cone Garrett at the restart. We have seen some feisty battles after the last restart, just after the 1 hour mark. And it seems like, why is one car dropping down the order? One of the GT3s just left. Automoves Racing Arcade is out. Is gone. Whatever happened under the safety car, I think. He just vanished. Max Wissel here for Aero Esport. Now in P12, still showing P16. 18 hours and 12 minutes left in this race. And just a couple of minutes, single digits here in this stream. So we had 2 interviews here. But I think the teams have now all their brain in the safety car process to not make a mistake. So nobody will join in still. And if you have issues in your sim racing world in iRacing, just send it into the Sim Racing Steward at simracingstewards.com and you can be helped. You see it also the logo in the top right corner. Or maybe become a steward yourself for the next year's Major 24. Okay, now we are going back to 80% race pace. I'm hearing the race director. There's some discussion going on about positions giving back after pit stop. No, that's not the case. So who stops now is catched behind even slower class cars, which there are some interesting stuff going on in the back. I can tell you, while we see the overall race leader warming up his tires and also the cars in the back. 80% race pace. But he's very, very far away right now. Oh, Vulcan Motorsports even catches slowdown there. And now the leader is slowing down again, it seems. So the rest of the cars will catch him for the restart. So we are happy to have the restart still on stream and not call it a day while a safety car is running. That's pretty nice. So the more trouble from the pit exit I hear over the radio. So now out of Anash, he has to slow down. And yeah, the queue will be catching for the restart. So Nick Mercer making his car ready to race again. Hopefully nobody spins here while warming up their tires. Would be funny, but unnecessary. Not what we want here watching this race. Lap 93. It is under yellow. And lap 94 will be green and racing again. We have some big gaps in the back. So hopefully this will all fit until we reach the restart zone. And as you can see, still here in the Porsche corner, they warm up their tires. And the sun is setting here at Le Mans. 18 hours and 6 minutes to go in this race. And the last 6 hours will be broadcasted again. Whoever that will be. I don't know if I will do it. But we will see tomorrow. And here they come into the final chicane. Into the restart zone. And there's the start-finish line. Everyone wants to see that in 18 hours. And we are green. Mercer leads the way, and behind him a huge line of cars of all classes. Some even overtaking already, but everyone has to look after their tires. Nobody spins here. Lucas Martins here into Tetre Rouge for the Capivara team, who got back to P16 at the moment. And there's Norbert Tamash in the Magic Arrow, car 69. Now in P6. But what do we know what the night will bring? Sweet dreams or nightmares. But extensive racing through the night here at Le Mans. So we have restart issues, I hear, before we close the stream down. That is... Oh yeah, that's not only potential stuff. The SRP Racing Lambo got punted there under safety car. Yeah, because the line in front slowed down. Then he got punted, the AMG got punted. That's bad, boys. That shouldn't happen. Yeah, what a drama here in the back. That catched many people off guard. And there's Björn Claessens, Vulcan Motorsports Orange. Oh, with a big spin! We talked about that, and then he's stationary and nobody hits him. That's good. That worked out at least. And we're back live for the last time this evening. Norbert Tamash in P6. Mercer leads in front of Lukas Sipula, who tries to chase him down. We have some change of positions in the GT3s because of slowdowns and stuff going on. We have Arete Esports 84 in front of Alpha Esports and Neon Knights Racing in the LMP2s, of course. So there's much stuff going on now after the restart. I could continue, but I don't get paid. So I don't know. At that moment, I don't know what to do because it's super exciting here right now. And to close the broadcast down now, I don't know. What do you think, David? Was it on open mic? Okay. So here's Yuri Delgado from Japan, it seems. At least he set up the region that way. Tom Vandenberg in P9. The big cloud of cars coming down the Mulsanne Straight. The headlights getting bigger and bigger and brighter and brighter. And yeah, it looks really exciting. Too wide into the chicane. Looking good. And also let's, yeah, change of position there, P10. And we are here in the LMP2s for the last time. Luca Tingard also had his moments with the spinning car, but he's back in contention for a podium. Pablo Ivan Gallardo, the Argentinian driver, Argentinian driver, sorry. Going straight through. Change of positions. P4 and P5. And we got another crash after the restart. Ooh, that's a pun for Julien, the French driver. And yeah, again, a case for the stewards. Yeah, there it is. that didn't work out. It's so close packed. Driving is always, yeah, dangerous, of course. Maybe we have a last look at the GT3s before we call it a day. There we have him. The leader is Impulse Racing, and behind him, so Heike Schäfer leads away after the genius pit stop. And behind him is Draco Racing, because the Phantom TF competition did get a slowdown, is now down to P3. But as you can see, the GT3 field is again packed together. Nothing is lost. Everyone can still be the winner in the end. But at the moment, the Impulse Racing by Walter Art car is leading the pack. Oh, and we got a slowdown at the front for Hyperion Racing. So Team Endurotech is now back in a 3/10 gap. Yeah, but great visuals here in the GT3 field also. So there's much to come through the night, and basically when we come back in basically 12 hours, we will see who is still on the track, and we will see who is in the lead. And after that very entertaining restart, there is much work to do on the track and in the garages of the teams. I would say that thank you to the guys we had here in the booth. I say special thank you to David Forge here, who did it alone in the director's booth right next to me. I'm Sebastian Kolmichel, and yeah, we are here at the 24 hours, the Majors 24 Split 3. That was 6 hours of broadcast provided to you by David Forge and Sebastian Holmichel. Thanks for the interviews, for the guys stepping in here, and see you next time. See you tomorrow here at Le Mans for the last 6 hours of the race. Enjoy.